행사가 곧 시작됩니다. 준비된 자리에 접속해 주시면 감사하겠습니다.
We'll begin in just a few minutes now. Please begin making your way to your seats. Thank you very much.
오늘 행사는 동시 통역으로 진행됩니다. 한국어 채널은 1번, 영어 채널은 2번으로 맞춰 주십시오. 통역 장비는 테이블에 있고 사용 후에 테이블에 그대로 두시면 됩니다.
And for today's event, we'll be providing live interpretation services. For Korean, please tune into channel 1, and for English, tune into channel 2. After, you can find your devices on the table, and we ask that after use, please set them back on the table. Thank you.
여러분 안녕하세요. 북한인권과 R2P 국제회의에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 저는 사단법인 북한인권과 성공적인 통일을 만들어가는 사람들의 사무총장 남바다입니다. 그리고 제 옆에는 전 PS코어 연구조사 매니저이자 오늘 행사 MC를 맡게 된 강하영입니다.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the inaugural International Conference on R2P and North Korean Human Rights. I am Shinla Kang, former Peace Corps Research Manager, and beside me I have Peace Corps Secretary General Bada Nam, and together we will be your MCs for today's event.
오늘 행사는 총 4부로 진행됩니다. 먼저 1부에서는 식전행사로서 사단법인 북한인권과 성공적인 통일을 만들어가는 사람들의 이사장이신 김태훈 변호사님의 개회사와 김영호 통일부 장관님의 영상축사, 그리고 제8대 UN 사무총장이신 반기문님의 기조연설이 있겠습니다.
Today's event will be divided into 4 parts. Session 1 will entail opening remarks by the President of Peace Corps and the North Korean Human Rights Corporation, Attorney Kim Tae-hoon, followed by a congratulatory video message from the current Minister of the Ministry of Unification, Kim Young-ho, and a keynote speech by the 8th Secretary General of the United Nations, His Excellency Ban Ki-moon.
사진 촬영 후의 2부에서는 R2P와 지역적, 국제적 적용을 주제로 이신화 북한인권 국제협력대사님의 좌장을 맡아 진행해 주시겠습니다.
After taking a quick group photo, we'll proceed with session 2 in our first panel, R2P and Regional International Application, which will be chaired by South Korean Ambassador for International Cooperation on North Korean Human Rights, Ambassador Lee Shin-hwa.
점심시간 이후에는 북한인권과 R2P를 주제로 신각수 전 외교부 차관님이 좌장을 맡아주십니다.
After a lunch break, we will continue with session 3 in our second panel, North Korean Human Rights and R2P, chaired by former Minister of the Foreign Ministry, Dr. Shin Kak-soo.
마지막 4부에서는 북한인권에 대한 R2P 이행 방안을 이정훈 전 북한인권 국제협력대사, 현 연세대학교 국제학대학원 교수님께서 좌장을 맡아 토론해 주시겠습니다.
And finally, we will have our last session and panel on R2P implementation strategies for North Korean human rights, chaired by former Ambassador for International Cooperation on North Korean Human Rights and current professor at Yonsei University Graduate School of International Studies, Dr. Lee Jung-hoon.
북한인권의 R2P를 적용하기 위해 준비되는 오늘 국제회의는 다양한 측면에서 북한인권의 개선 방안을 논의한다는 점에서 매우 뜻깊은 자리가 될 것입니다.
Today's event holds profound meaning and significance. Not only is it the first conference of its kind to be held in Korea on R2P in the North Korean human rights context, but it also promises a meaningful examination of tangible measures to improve the landscape of North Korean human rights. Then, let us begin the event.
네, 그럼 행사를 시작하겠습니다. 가장 먼저 사단법인 북한인권 그리고 성공적인 통일을 만들어가는 사람들의 이사장이신 김태훈 변호사님이 개회사와 귀빈 소개를 해주시겠습니다.
Firstly, President Kim Tae-hoon will deliver the opening remarks and introduce the honored guests of today's event.
김태훈 변호사님 앞쪽으로
Attorney Kim, if you
모시겠습니다.
could please make your way forward. Thank you.
Greetings. I am Attorney Kim Tae-hoon, Chairman of the Board of Directors of North Korean Human Rights Corporation and People for Successful Korean Unification. Today we are pleased to host the International Conference on North Korean Human Rights and R2P in collaboration with the Lawyer of Human Rights and Unification of Korea. And we are particularly pleased to host the international conference with Mr. Ban Ki-moon, the 8th Secretary General of the United Nations. As you may know, the responsibility to protect is an important international principle which stipulates sovereign states' responsibility to protect their citizens from atrocities such as genocide, war crimes, ethnic cleansing, and crime against humanity. In instances where a state clearly fails in this responsibility, the United Nations Security Council, as per the UN Charter outlined in Chapter 7, has been authorized to take promptly and decisive collective action. Despite this principle, the international community has faced many challenges in preventing atrocities to be committed in various situations such as Myanmar, South Sudan, Syria, Ukraine, and most recently in the Israel-Gaza conflict. When Russia, a permanent member of the Security Council, initiated a military attack against Ukraine, it heightened tension not only with the Security Council but also within the United States itself. The UN Commission of Inquiry, COI, on Human Rights in North Korea, which was established a decade ago, stated in its 2014 report that human rights violations in North Korea often amount to crimes against humanity and recommended to apply the R2P. However, China and Korea, both permanent members of the Security Council, voted against this proposal. Furthermore, on October 9th, China, as the host of Hangzhou Asian Games, breached the international binding principle of non-refoulement by covertly and forcibly repatriating more than 600 North Korean defectors immediately following the conclusion of Asian Games. Such action directly contravenes with the International Treaty on Prevention of Torture that China had voluntarily joined. And they are still continuing the violation. Although the principle of the responsibility to protect has been a major disappointment at the domestic and international level, progress has been made within the institutional limitations. A notable instance is when the United Nations decided during its General Assembly meeting on May 18, 2021, to incorporate the responsibility to protect debate into its annual agenda going forward. Subsequently, the UN General Assembly invoked the 1950 Unity for Peace resolution during an emergency special session held on February 28 and March 2, 2022. Then the Assembly on March 2nd adopted a resolution condemning Russia's military action in Ukraine and urging for its immediate withdrawal. R2P cannot satisfy the international community is because the lack of political will of the United Nations. So we are now facing a crisis, and rather the result from the lack of political will within the international community to implement this principle, as well as stem from failure to reach consensus on the effective and collective response to human rights crisis. Thus, as we have seen ongoing efforts to improve the reform of the United Nations collective security system, including R2P and the operation of the Security Council, are evident. In Canada, they are making the bill for the North Korean human rights. And also, Korea has become the new permanent member of the United Nations Security Council with Slovenia. And along with the United States, but also with Japan, we have attended the Camp David trilateral summit for framework of cooperation. And next year, COI, it is the 10th year of the COI published the North Korea Human Rights Report. In that respect, we have experts from around the world, and I am sure that we will make a fruitful result. Once more, thank you so much for attending today's event. And I hope you are very much interested with R2P, and I am very much grateful to former Secretary General Ban Ki-moon and also Mueller, Slovenian ambassador, and also Mr. Kim Seok-gu, and also CEO Lee Jae-hyun, UN, ICC, Park Jae-gi, and also Karen Smith, UN R2P, the former special advisor to the UN Secretary General on the R2P. Thank you so much for attending today's event. And I am sorry that I cannot speak all the names who had attended this conference, and this concludes my opening speech. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 귀빈 여러분들을 모시고 오늘 행사를 함께 돼서 영광입니다. 이어서 김용호 통일부 장관님의 영상 축사가 있겠습니다.
Thank you so much, President Kim, and all of the special guests mentioned today for joining us. It is indeed a true honor to have you here today. Next, we have Minister Kim Young-ho from the Ministry of Unification, who will deliver the congratulatory remarks via video.
Good morning, everyone. I am Kim Yong-ho, the Minister of Unification. Today, this is the first time for an international conference on North Korean human rights and R2P being held in Korea. I'd like to thank Mr. Kim Tae-hoon, as well as His Excellency Ban Ki-moon, the former Secretary General of UN, and Ms. Elizabeth Premendorf, and Professor Noel Morada, and Mr. Lee Sancin for being here with us today despite your busy schedules. And also my special thanks goes to all the participants for being here with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, in 2014, the UN Committee of Inquiry for North Korean Human Rights published the COI report and urged that those who are responsible from the North Korean regime to protect their human rights, the citizens' human rights instead. But instead of protecting human rights of its residents, the regime has continuously violated the human rights of its people. That is why we implemented series of surveillance and control. The regime implemented series of surveillance over their people. That's why the R2P enables the international community to intervene. And I think this seminar will open up more opportunities for us to think about the concept and implications of the R2P in terms of the protection of the human rights of citizens and people in North Korea. And especially today, by sharing insights and know-how about the R2P, we will think about approaches to protect further the human rights of the people in North Korea. And also, your insights and discussions through today's seminar will be reflected on the policies of my ministry as well. And also, based on the roadmap for North Korean human rights will be published this year. So please pay attention to these report and roadmap as well. Once again, I'd like to congratulate the successful organization of the International Conference on North Korean Human Rights and R2P. And I look forward to your continued support and interest. Thank you.
오늘 참석해 주시진 못했지만 영상으로 축하를 전해주신 김영호 장관님께 감사를 드립니다.
Although he could not be here in person with us today, we thank the minister for being with us via video and for all his support behind R2P.
오늘 행사의 주요 귀빈이신 반기문 제8대 UN 사무총장님을 모시고 기조연설을 듣도록 하겠습니다.
And next, the 8th Secretary General of the United Nations, His Excellency Ban Ki-moon, will deliver the keynote speech. Let's please welcome him with a warm round of applause.
모두 박수로 맞이해 주시기 바랍니다.
Thank you for your warm introduction. It's a great pleasure and honor, and I'm also standing with a sense of some grave feeling that we are not yet there to promote the human rights for all. In any way, it's a great pleasure for me to have this opportunity to talk about how we can promote the human rights everywhere. Particularly, we are not talking about human rights in North Korea. There are many distinguished guests whom I have to recognize one by one, but because of the time limit, I just wanted to thank Honorable Kim Tae-hoon, who is working as president to promote North Korean Human Rights Committee. And I also appreciate Honorable Minister Kim Young-hoon, Minister of Unification, for his very kind message of encouragement. And also, I'd like to also thank Professor Lee Shin-hwa, who has been working hard with a passion and compassion for the North Korean human rights. And also, I recognize my dear colleagues in the Foreign Ministry, Kim Seok-woo, Chairman of a Citizens Alliance for North Korean Human Rights, and Ambassador His Excellency Janez Müller, Ambassador of Slovenia. You should know that I was Korean ambassador to your country concurrently when I was working as ambassador to Austria. I have left my heart, half of my heart in your country. And I cannot go without mentioning somebody who has been devoting all his life for peace and security on the Korean Peninsula. That is Honorable Lee Dong-bok. He is really a legendary person from whom I received a lot of teachings and learnings from his experience. In fact, both of us were one of the 5 delegates to talk about the denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. That was one of the first initiatives Korean government and North Koreans have been sitting together. And he was the second, but one most important delegates among 5. And we really learned a lot from him. He is a man of passion to realize peace and security on the Korean Peninsula. Unfortunately, we have to talk, as we are now doing today, about North Korean human rights and the peace and security on the Korean Peninsula. So let us talk let us work together continuously with the passion and compassion, how we can realize peace on the Korean Peninsula. But before that, how we can help North Korean people enjoy genuine human rights. This is one of the 3 pillars of the United Nations Charter. 3 pillars of the United Nations Charter is peace and security, first of all. Second, sustainable development. And thirdly, human rights. What's the use of having peace and security or wealth without human rights? There are some countries where seemingly very peaceful, seems to be no problem. But under the dictatorial regimes, they cannot enjoy genuine human rights as a person. This is what we are now going to discuss. In any way, it's my great honor to address here about North Korean nuclear issues and North Korean human rights issues, including responsibility to protect, on which, as a Secretary General, I paid my strongest possible efforts and compassion and passion. I take this opportunity again to congratulate on the realization of today's important conference and extend my gratitude to its sponsor, Ministry of Unification. You have all come together under the theme of exploring approaches for applying R2P, responsibility to protect, in the field of North Korean human rights, with the recognition that now more than ever, we must strengthen our efforts to enshrine and uphold the human rights with a view towards enhancing security, inclusion, resilience, and prosperity for all. Our priority focus of today is how we can raise broad global support, how we can raise a global support, particularly focusing on the human rights in North Korea. As we all feel very sorry, we are living in an unprecedented era of new interconnected crises and elevated global uncertainty. Great power rivalry, particularly the political rivalry between United States and China. This is really make real challenges for a global peace. I am a little bit relieved that President Biden and President Xi Jinping had a meaningful tete-a-tete meeting in San Francisco last week. And the illegal Russian aggression against Ukraine, alongside renewed armed conflict in the Middle East between Israel and Hamas, represents one of the most dangerous moments for global security in decades, with a serious humanitarian impact in particular. At the same time, we have all very much serious issues like climate change. While climate crisis is approaching much faster than one may feel, the international community, particularly political leaders, they are not taking their leadership because their emphasis always on their domestic issues, how to get re-elected. I think for all the members of Congress, all the presidents around the world, whether you are living in a democratic or communist countries, their number one priority is to get re-elected. I have been meeting many leaders. Mr. President, Mr. Prime Minister, please do this one or that one. Then their answer, Secretary General, I am fully supporting you. You have my full support. But let me get re-elected first. If I am not here, I will not be able to support you. This has been all the times which I have been listening, 100,000 times. I'm repeating again this kind of a very sad story based on my experience. Therefore, I believe that multilateralism and partnership, that is one of the most important tools which we have to mobilize. Not a single country in this world, however powerful, however resourceful one may be, just you may think that United States is most resourceful, most powerful. China, most populous, economically, politically powerful now. They cannot do it alone. We have to join all our hands on the deck together to address climate change. You cannot do it alone. We have to all work together. Sustainable development, human rights. Human rights, when it comes to human rights, there are still many, many countries, including our brethren and sisters in North Korea. Now, I'd like to highlight today the current realities of human rights situation in North Korea, as well as the importance of multilateral cooperation and partnerships in working towards sustainable solutions for the long-suffering North Korean people. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now witnessing new threats and emerging challenges of human rights and universal values in every corner of the world. Indeed, the unfortunate reality of human rights violations have been heightened as of late by expanded conflict among the big powers and COVID-19, newly emerging technologies like AI, and entrenched authoritarian systems all over the globe. The sheer degree and depth of potential impacts of such challenges exemplify the interrelated nature of the nexus between peace, development, and human rights, which are three pillars of the United Nations, which I have already explained. And they also call for invigorated global solidarity. This is particularly vital as human rights constitute the building blocks that underpin inclusive, resilient societies, and human rights protect us all, including during the ongoing armed conflict and viruses. They offer a pathway to durable peace and post-conflict recognition, justice, and sustainable development. They are positioned at the top of our toolbox for countering terrorism, violent extremism, and they form the basis of peaceful, resilient, inclusive, and empowered societies in which all people everywhere and enjoy both dignity, human dignity, and opportunity. Against this backdrop, at the present juncture, millions of people all around the world are suffering from unfathomable human rights abuses, from North Korea to Ukraine, to Gaza, to the Democratic Republic of Congo, to Myanmar, to Sudan, and beyond. We must remember that human rights are universal and must be upheld for all. But human rights earned through blood of our forefathers and institutionalized through key documents such as 1948 Universal Declaration of Human Rights are under threat from repressive regimes, xenophobia, and nationalism. All UN member states are obliged to protect the human rights of their citizens. Indeed, it is their fundamental duty based on the United Nations Charter and Universal Declaration of Human Rights. In this context, it is instructive to consider the utility of the responsibility to protect R2P if this duty is not met. The R2P is a security and human rights norm championed by the United Nations and agreed upon by world leaders in 2005 during United Nations General Assembly to directly address the international community's past failures in preventing genocide, war crimes, ethnic cleansing, and crimes against humanity. These are four crimes: genocide, war crimes, ethnic cleansing, and crimes against humanity. During my acceptance speech as a Secretary General in December 2006, I promised to the world's people and member states that when I assume my job as a Secretary General from January 1st, 2007, I'll make sure that this principle of R2P will come into effect. That was my first promise. You know how much difficulty I have encountered after that. I nominated Dr. Edward Locke, who was then professor at the Columbia University. He was an expert, most committed. We couldn't find his office. I couldn't give any salary. And nobody was welcoming him because there was a strong pushback. Why are you doing this kind of a very difficult, controversial, and difficult challenge from day one of your Secretary Generalship? Then I had to borrow a small office in 866 UN Plaza. That's another big building aside, not in the United Nations headquarters. I had to ask somebody to take care of him in a one corner. It took just 2 years for him to be able to report to the General Assembly. He worked out all detailed manner how this human rights R2P should be implemented. It was really frustrating. I never tried to use the word frustrating because if Secretary General is frustrated, then who can do it? So I deliberately avoided the words frustration. But now I can say I had been enough frustrated because of the reluctance and pushback from the member state. Those countries whose human rights were not respected at all, those people were making a lot of troubles. In any way, since then, both myself and my successor, Antonio Guterres, have released annual reports on R2P ahead of the General Assembly's informal interactive dialogue on the responsibility to protect. I reiterate that the responsibility to prevent and stop genocide, mass killings lies mainly with the governments, which have an unfailing obligation to protect their people and those they occupy from genocide, war crimes, crimes against humanity, and ethnic cleansing. We have Honorable Judge Park Sun-gi, who worked as a judge of the ICC, International Criminal Court. We have also very proudly Judge Song Sang-hyun, who worked as president of the ICC. I think Korean judges and lawyers have been taking most of the United Nations established judiciary organizations except ICJ, International Court of Justice. This should be one place where Korean judges should take place. But I'm not sure when we will be. But you should be proud that Korean lawyers have been really working very hard in every systems except ICJ of the United Nations judiciary systems to work for the promotion and protection of human rights on this. Again, I reiterate the responsibility to prevent and stop genocide and mass killings, which lies mainly with governments. This is a real problem now. We have to make them responsible. I have been urging, particularly young people, raise your voice, challenge your leaders. Challenge your leaders. You have the right to vote, right to elect those people. I'm not talking about politics here. Don't make any misunderstanding. But this is coming out of my sense of frustration, which I've been feeling. I have been blushing my face all the times, as I'm doing now. My face is blushed now because of what I am disappointed and I am frustrated. I'm sometimes angry with all these political leaders. We have to really make sure that political leaders should come forward to make sure that human rights and human dignity are protected before their political aims or ambitions, whatever ambitions they may have. Ladies and gentlemen, this takes form of increasingly brazen. We need to be very, very strong. Raise your voice. Raise your voice. And this is something which I'd like to really talk to you. Now, let me talk about the North Korea now. North Korea is, I think, almost the only country in the world who has been just disregarding, not respecting whatever the regulations on peace and security, particularly when it comes to nuclear weapons. They have been just disregarding the NPT regime. Indeed, instead, the DPRK accumulates horrendous weapons and powers all their limited national resources into the development of such dangerous military technologies. And this is all the more appalling, taking into account North Korea's long history of food insecurity and malnutrition, which disproportionately impacts the rights of the most vulnerable groups, including children and elderly and women. While serving as a Secretary General, I always stressed the political and security consideration must be separated from humanitarian assistance for North Korean people. Particularly, I emphasized the importance of scaling up nutrition for vulnerable groups, particularly in North Korea. Malnutrition remains a chronic problem in North Korea, and I strive to take a proactive approach in targeting UN humanitarian aid for the first 1,000 days of life for babies when they are born. These 1,000 days are most critical, important period for any children in any country. We must never forget those who are suffering the most from the deplorable human rights situation and the DPRK, including the most vulnerable who need assistance. And the situation in North Korea is particularly dire, as the regime egregiously violates rights of its own citizens through various abuses, mechanisms, forms, and measures. Indeed, the haunting landmark report of the UN Commission of Inquiry on Human Rights in the Democratic People's Republic of Korea vividly highlighted, I quote, systematic, widespread, and gross human rights violations, unquote, taking place in the country. The report also detailed that, I quote again, in many instances, the violations found entailed crimes against humanity based on state policies, unquote. From 2014 to 2018, the UN Security Council held important public debates featuring briefings by the High Commissioner for Human Rights on these tragic issues. I take this opportunity to commend President Yoon Suk-yeol for reprioritizing this vital issue and helping to push for the UN Security Council to hold its first open session in 5 years on North Korean human rights this past August. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I firmly believe that we can create the future we want. Even during this time of interlinked crisis, this is a bright future that is anchored in human rights, inclusion, empowerment, sustainability, and security for all people and our planet. And rights advocates can lead this by example, like yourselves, advocates. I think we can lead by example, particularly including by exploring possible ways to apply R2P in the field of North Korean human rights. Indeed, an active and energetic civil society like yourselves is essential in helping uphold inalienable human rights, hold leaders accountable, and communicate the values required to construct a more peaceful and inclusive world. As such, I humbly call on all of you in harnessing your efforts to enhance cooperation, partnership, and empowerment in working to improve human rights for all, including our long-suffering brothers and sisters in North Korea. And I take this opportunity to once again appeal to all the leaders and governments, particularly so-called P5s, 5 permanent members of the Security Council in the UN, to better reaffirm humanity's faith in the fundamental human rights and dignity and worth of each person as envisaged by the UN Charter, key declarations, and UN Security Council resolutions. With your active engagement, I am confident that we can help improve human rights situation in North Korea and enhance inclusion and security for all, leaving no one behind, and uniting the world through multilateral cooperation and partnership during this critical period. Again, I reiterate my sincerest congratulations on the realization of the 2023 International Conference on North Korea, Human Rights and Responsibility to Protect. Ladies and gentlemen, let us work together to realize a better world and sustainable where human rights are respected by all the people, by all the places in the world. That is, I think, our common moral responsibility. Let us challenge our political leaders do their political responsibility, and we are ready to do our moral responsibility as good citizens. Thank you very much. Thank you.
인권과 국제관계에 대한 깊이 있는 해안과 R2P에 대한 열정을 보여주신 기조연설에 대해서 깊이 감사드립니다.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I'm sure many of us are aware of how hard you strive to work to promote R2P, and your presence here is just another reminder of that commitment. And it also serves as a great encouragement for those of us here working to strive on that same path. Thank you very much.
오늘의 행사를 기념하기 위해서 본 행사를 들어가기 전에 참석해 주신 분들과 기념사진 촬영을 하겠습니다. 사진 촬영에 참여해 주실 VIP 분들과 발표자분들은 앞으로 나와 주시고, 그 외에 다른 사진 촬영에 참여하실 분들은 사이드 양쪽으로 와 주시면 감사하겠습니다.
So this is going to conclude our opening session, and right now we're going to have time for group photos. We're going to ask for everyone who is interested in taking a group photo, you're all welcome to come up front, and we're going to just clear away these things on the stage, and we'll all participate in the group photos together. Thank you.
네, VIP 분들과 참석
So let's have our
발표자분들은 먼저
VIPs,
앞쪽으로 나와 주시기
please come
바랍니다.
forward. And for all others interested in the photo, we can kind of congregate to the side of our VIPs. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 지금부터 잠시 테이블 세팅의 시간을 갖고 10시 30분부터 2부 진행을 시작하겠습니다. 잠시 후에 뵙겠습니다.
So this concludes the photo session portion of the event. We'll now take a couple of minutes break while the floor is set up for the next session. The time is now 10:19, and we'll see you back here at 10:30. Please enjoy your break. Thank you.
하나, 둘, 셋. We mentioned about this first. Although I'm ambassador specifically addressing the problem of North Korean human rights issues, I strongly believe North Korean human rights issues should have highlighted from the perspective of the global arena. That means so-called internationalizing North Korean human rights is very important. Therefore, on purpose, I ask when the lawyer Kim Tae-hoon has asked me to preside one panel, I decided to choose this one because this is more likely global one rather than North Korean human rights alone. Because I strongly believe there are so many humanitarian crises where we have to pay attention to. So in relations to all those humanitarian crises, we have to deal with North Korean human rights issues because often we call the North Korean human rights issues a forgotten crisis because we have to compete with other humanitarian crises. So when I was in Washington, D.C. 2 weeks ago to talk about those issues with the other international experts on not only this human rights issue but also security issue, probably we have to make a so-called forgotten crisis club, where we can put North Korea and Sudan and Congo and all other places. So having said that, I'm very much delighted to chair this first session. As I said, this is first of its kind in Asia. And I'm particularly pleased to welcome Noel Morada, as I mentioned, because I am without many people knowing it, I am an international board member of his center, Asia Pacific Center of Responsibility to Protect, I think almost 10 years. So I think I look forward to having a more contribution to giving to you, since I didn't get a chance for that. So R2P is initiated by the Canadian ICISS in 2001, was like concretized at the UN General Assembly in 2005, and reaffirmed by the member state of the UN General Assembly at that time. That was also endorsed by UN the Security Council in 2005. First applied during the 2011 Libyan civil war, R2P allows for international intervention when a nation failed to protect its own people, citizens, from genocide, crime against humanity, war crime, and ethnic cleansings, as the Secretary General Ban Ki-moon also mentioned as 4 R2P crimes. This principle enables humanitarian intervention by the international community in case of severe human rights abuses in failed state or dictatorship. In the case of our country, there has been academic and policy debate about whether North Korea's crime against humanity fall under R2P. The 2014 final report of Commission of Inquiry, COI, on human rights in North Korea explicitly and clearly states that the acts of North Korean regime qualify as R2P crime. It is specified that the human rights issue in North Korea is an even more urgent task than its nuclear issue. Probably we lost many reporters here today because we have to compete with North Korea's nuclear or military threats, as they also launched yesterday for the satellite, what they claim for the satellite missile. However, I think North Korean human rights issues and North Korea's regime's missile and nuclear threat, that is a military adventurism, are two sides of the same coin. I've been highlighting this important issue since my appointment 1.5 years ago, and I'm very glad that more and more domestic and international audience and experts are talking about importance of the direct linkage between the security and the human rights. However, as I said, I think we lost many audience and reporters to, once again, the nuclear or military adventurism conducted by the North Korea. So hopefully this session can bring, and in this conference today or day, I hope this can draw the important issue, attentions to this important issue for whether we can apply this responsibility to protect to the case of the North Korean, the human rights issues. Since I talk about those things, allow me to spend 3 more minutes to talk about another important agenda I would like to address. Well, another significant discussion related to R2P in the Asian region involves the establishment of a human rights mechanism. Unlike Europe, Africa, and Arab region, which have legal bodies addressing human rights, the Asia-Pacific or Indo-Pacific region lacks such an institution. So hopefully we can seriously think about what we can do for that. Therefore, there is a proposition to launch a separate human rights organization for the Asia-Pacific or Indo-Pacific region in consultation with countries like the US, Japan, Australia, to name a few. Nevertheless, there has been resistance to the responsibility to protect norm I want you to think about, often attributed to the association with military intervention and regime change. The political friction and contestation displaced at the recent United Nations General Assembly's annual R2P debate highlight broader issues in preventing atrocities at the United Nations. Furthermore, there is a criticism that the NATO-led military operation in Libya, involving the USA and UK, France, and others, focused solely on the collapse of the Gaddafi regime, lacking any strategy for post-Gaddafi stabilization or peaceful transfer of power. This suggests the need to consider not just the removal of Gaddafi, but how power transition occurs for the benefit of the Libya people. I think that gives us some important significance and lessons for the case of the North Korea as well. So today's session, while we are talking about how we can apply R2P principle or doctrine or practice to the case of the North Korea, I think we have to think about what we should do after North Korean dictator regime has gone. I think that will give a more boost to the R2P principle that can be applied to not only North Korea, but to the rest of the world where humanitarian or crisis or human rights abuses suffer a lot of peoples around the world. So having said that, I will move on to the panelists. The first, First, we have Karen Smith, who is the former special advisor to the UN Secretary General on the responsibility to protect. You remember the Secretary General Ban Ki-moon said on his first day he appointed the special representatives on R2P. It was Edward Rock, and then she was the successor, but the third one, right? So I'm very honored, and then please, fourth, okay. I'm honored and welcome the Ms. Karen Smith, who was former special advisor to the UN Secretary General on responsibility to protect. Please.
Good morning, everyone. Excellencies, honorable guests, I would just like to start by thanking Peace Corps for inviting me to be here. I'm very grateful to join you here today to speak to you about this very important international principle, the responsibility to protect, or R2P for short, and to learn from experts here about how we can help to inform our understanding of the grave human rights violations occurring in North Korea. Unfortunately, despite the existence of the R2P principle and promises of never again, we only have to turn on the news to see that mass atrocities continue to be committed in different parts of the world, even as we speak. This has led some to say that the principle of R2P has failed. I would argue that it's not the principle itself that has led to failures by the international community to avert atrocity crimes in places like Myanmar, South Sudan, Syria, Ukraine, and most recently in Gaza, but rather a failure of its implementation. This is part of a troubling decline in international commitment to multilateralism and respect for international human rights, humanitarian and refugee law. So what I would like to do, and this was the brief that I was given, is to provide you with a brief overview of the origins of the responsibility to protect and its adoption by the United Nations. Now, as some of you will remember, following the genocides that occurred in the 1990s in Rwanda and Srebrenica, and the inaction by the international community to protect populations from these crimes, the United Nations, under the leadership of then Secretary General Kofi Annan, was faced with a challenge. How do we prevent this from happening again? And of course, one of the main problems was that the idea of sovereignty, particularly manifested as non-interference in the internal affairs of a state, presented a major obstacle and formed the basis of strong criticism of humanitarian intervention by external actors in, for example, Kosovo. This led Kofi Annan to posing the question, and I'm going to see if I can get this PowerPoint to work. Perhaps not. Oh, there we go. Yes. This led Kofi Annan to pose this question to the international community, and former Secretary General Ban Ki-moon was speaking of his sense of frustration, and I think you can hear the sense of frustration in this question as well. He asked, so if humanitarian intervention is indeed an unacceptable assault on sovereignty, how should we respond to a Rwanda, to a Srebrenica, to gross and systematic violations of human rights that affect every precept of our common humanity? And so while sovereignty and non-interference are, of course, important building blocks of the international system, in particular for states who suffered under colonial oppression, there is, of course, also the danger that they can be used to deflect international scrutiny and hide serious crimes being committed by governments. I'm from South Africa, so I know all too well that for many decades, the apartheid government hid behind the veil of sovereignty to claim that the treatment of the black population was a domestic issue and therefore of no concern to the international community. So the challenge was how to respect sovereignty while at the same time making sure that people are protected from the gravest human rights violations. And so in response to this challenge by Secretary General Kofi Annan to the international community to come up with an effective response to atrocity crimes, the International Commission on Intervention, yes, there we go, it's working now, was set up. The commission, which was made up of commissioners from all regions of the world, and I think this is really important to remember because sometimes we think of it as being a Canadian initiative. I think the Canadians paid for it, but the commissioners were actually from many, many different parts of the world, including current South African President Cyril Ramaphosa from this region, people like Fidel Ramos from the Philippines, and they eventually, collectively, after many, many months of consultation, research, came up with the concept of the responsibility to protect. Now, very importantly, it essentially reframed the idea of sovereignty from a right, in other words, the rights of states to exercise control over territories and over populations, to a responsibility, including the responsibility to protect their own populations, but also those in other states. Now, importantly, R2P does not create new international law, but it rather builds on existing legal foundations, including the 1948 Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, the 1949 Geneva Conventions, and the 1977 additional protocols, and of course the 1998 Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court. R2P is also fully embedded in the UN Charter, particularly with regards to military intervention. This was also meant to set R2P apart from unilateral humanitarian intervention by emphasizing that the use of force must be a last resort and can only be authorized by the UN Security Council. And so this is something that I wanted to just briefly mention because I think there continues to be a confusion between R2P and humanitarian intervention. So as I said, when it relates to the use of force, of course, we associate humanitarian intervention with often unilateral use of force, not necessarily approved by the UN, whereas very, very clear in terms of R2P, it has to be the last resort. In other words, after everything else has been tried, and then only when approved by the Security Council. Another difference between R2P and humanitarian intervention is that the latter only focuses on the use of military force in response to a humanitarian crisis, while R2P, of course, also focuses on prevention. A third difference between the two principles is that R2P, of course, applies only to the 4 atrocity crimes: war crimes, crimes against humanity, ethnic cleansing, and genocide, whereas humanitarian intervention, of course, was also applied more broadly to other human rights violations and also humanitarian crises, which of course raised the concern about states using it as a smokescreen for intervention. So this is the reason that R2P really tried to address these concerns. Now, I also wanted to mention that while these discussions were happening at the international level, we also saw a shift in thinking at the regional level in Africa. And I mention this particularly, I think, in the Asian region, where there are many states who I think are similar to African states in terms of their focus on non-intervention, the idea that sovereignty trumps all other principles. And so I think the shift that we saw on the African continent is an important one. And what I mean by this is, in Africa, you might remember the Organization of African Unity, which preceded the African Union, very, very strong emphasis on non-intervention by outside parties. But there was, in the 1990s, a shift towards what became known as non-indifference. In other words, the idea that whilst respecting sovereignty, states could not remain indifferent to atrocity crimes and serious human rights violations in neighboring states. So very much putting a regional perspective on this idea of responsibility towards others. The essence of R2P was also included in the successor to the OAU, the African Union's Constitutive Act, in Article 4H, which actually states that the AU can authorize collective action in or against a member state when the Assembly determines that grave circumstances such as war crimes, genocide, and crimes against humanity exist. So essentially R2P language in the AU's Constitutive Act already before it was adopted by the UN in 2005. So eventually then this idea that all states have a responsibility to protect their populations from these 4 crimes, and importantly that the international community also has a responsibility to assist them, was eventually adopted unanimously, and I think this is something that we also need to keep underlining. All member states of the UN agreed to this in 2005. They made this political commitment. And I want to just reinforce what former Secretary General Ban Ki-moon said, that it's really up to us, all of us, to hold governments accountable and to remind them of this promise that they made in 2005. I think in the published part of my lecture, you will see that there's also the excerpts of the World Summit Outcome Document, paragraphs 138 and 139. I'm not going to read them to you now, but I wanted to just point out 2 important things. The one is that states not only have a responsibility to protect their populations from the 4 atrocity crimes, but they also have a responsibility to prevent their incitement. So there's very much an emphasis on prevention, and I think this is very important, particularly today when we think about how these crimes are incited, where we see a world in which we see a rise in hate speech and incitement to violence, particularly through social media. So this is another responsibility that states have. Now, following the 2005 adoption, we already heard from then Secretary General Ban Ki-moon that together with my predecessor, Edward Luck, they produced a report in 2009. Oh, there's the long text that I'm not going to read. And essentially what they did in 2009, so this is 4 years after the agreement by all member states of the UN, is they said, well, let's try to break this down. Let's try to break down these two paragraphs into something which is more concrete. And so they came up with the 3 pillars, which are very useful in terms of thinking about R2P. So basically, the first pillar has to do with national responsibility, the responsibility of individual states towards their own populations. One could also think of this as the prevention pillar. And so essentially, it's about what states need to do, every state needs to do, to make sure that its population is protected from these crimes, but also do everything in it that it possibly can to prevent them. So what might this mean? How can states implement R2P at a national level? Well, we know from research that has been done that there are certain risk factors which increase the risk of atrocity crimes. These could include situations of armed conflict. They could also be a record of serious violations of human rights. They could be a weakness of state structures, for example. And so you might be familiar with the UN framework of analysis for atrocity crimes, which is a document that lays out all of these different risk factors. So you can actually look at a particular country situation and see which of these risk factors are there. And so really anything that a state or a government can do to limit these risk factors contributes to implementing Pillar 1, the prevention pillar. Just some examples could include things like ratification of international human rights and international humanitarian law, eliminating discrimination in legislation. We know, for example, that discrimination against women is one of the risk factors that increases the risk of atrocity crimes. Strengthening the rule of law by establishing independent institutions, including national human rights commissions, judicial bodies, etc. Very importantly, supporting civil society and ensuring media independence. These are all things that we know build resilience in societies that make them stronger in terms of resisting the potential of atrocity crimes. The second pillar is what I call the assistance pillar, or the international responsibility. So here we now move from individual states to what is the responsibility of other states? What is the responsibility of the international community? And here, of course, this is in terms of helping states, encouraging states to meet their obligations to protect their own populations. And this can include anything from capacity building assistance to strengthening human rights protection and promotion. Contributing to strengthening national institutions could be something like assistance on security sector reform. So this is really everything that states are doing to assist other states in helping them to fulfill their Pillar 1 obligations. Pillar 3, of course, is the one that I think most people associate R2P with, and this is what some of the other speakers have also already mentioned, that there tends to be this association with R2P with military force, and this, of course, comes from Pillar 3, which is the response pillar. So the idea here is that if atrocity crimes are occurring, so in other words, if a state is manifestly failing to protect its populations, then the international community also has an obligation to respond. I like to call this the response pillar because, of course, military intervention is not the only form of response. It's very much the last resort. And so really, a response includes all of the options available in the UN Charter, both under Chapter 6, right, so the Pacific settlement of disputes, but also Chapter 7, more coercive measures. And this can include everything from diplomacy, mediation, observer or fact-finding missions, sanctions, economic, political, targeted, preventive deployment of peacekeeping forces, ensuring justice and accountability, and, of course, military intervention as a last resort. And so all of these different responses are possible under Pillar 3. I wanted to just point out, but I know that Vasilka is going to be speaking later about accountability, but I think we sometimes forget about the importance of holding perpetrators accountable as an important preventive tool. So again, this is not, these pillars are not necessarily chronological. So by holding perpetrators accountable, for example, that can prevent the recurrence of atrocity crimes in the future. I mentioned the misconception that R2P is really all about military intervention, and that's one of many misconceptions about R2P, including that it's a Western concept, which I've already mentioned, and I think this is something that we need to debunk through looking at the history of the idea. I already mentioned that it had origins in the African continent as well, for example, but I really don't think we can underestimate the importance of states from the global south, their influence in terms of the conceptual development and also the operationalization of the responsibility to protect. This idea, though, that R2P is about military intervention is perhaps the most pervasive misconception. And what this unfortunately does is it shifts our attention away from the fact that R2P is first and foremost about prevention. And this means that we don't hear about the successes of R2P. Because it's only when prevention has failed that states have the responsibility to act. And sadly, as we know, successful prevention is not newsworthy. Another misconception that is relevant to our discussion about R2P as it applies to the situation in North Korea is the conflation between atrocity prevention and conflict prevention. So R2P is often associated only with situations of conflict, and the prevention of atrocities is conflated with conflict prevention. And in my work at the UN, I heard many states saying this: why do we need to do atrocity prevention? We are doing conflict prevention. Well, it's not the same thing, because if you're trying to prevent conflict, you're not going to be looking at the case of North Korea necessarily. And so while there's a strong correlation between the commission of atrocity crimes and conflict, we also know that genocide, ethnic cleansing, and crimes against humanity can occur in situations where there's no conflict. Finally, I'm getting to the end. Wait, I'll keep the last slide for last. I wanted to just end by saying that 2025 will mark the 20th anniversary of R2P. When we look around us today at the continued suffering of people around the world, it's clear that the principle is as important as ever. Finally, while R2P puts the focus on state responsibility, atrocity prevention is everybody's business, whether civil society organizations or individuals. And therefore, I'd like to end with this last quote by former Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, who said, "All of us have a responsibility to ask ourselves, what can we do to protect populations from the most serious international crimes?" And I'd like all of you to ask yourself that question based on the kind of work that you're doing and the role that you play, whether in civil society, government, or elsewhere. And finally, I would just like to say I'm very much encouraged by the conversations that I've had over the last day, by the incredible enthusiasm and commitment to making the Republic of Korea a regional leader in human rights. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Karen Smith. I think thank you for your crystal clear presentation that served as a watershed route for the follow-up discussions. Particularly, I'm glad you mentioned about a distinction between R2P and humanitarian intervention, while R2P is also focused on the prevention. But if I just may take advantage over the chairmanship, later on, I would like to ask you, what is your thought on Pillar 2? The Pillar 2, you're talking about international assistance, while United Nations only focus on for R2P crimes, that is atrocities, how we can assist those regime who perpetrating those crime against humanity only by assisting them to change the route or actions. I think that is more related to the natural disaster things. So if you're only focusing on 4 R2P issues under the rubric of your definition or concept of the R2P, how international community can do something for the term assistance to address the problem of R2P. Having said that, we will just move on to our next speaker. He's Noel Morada, Director for Regional Diplomacy and Capacity Building, Asia Pacific Center for R2P Australia. He's going to talk about challenges and achievements of R2P, maybe 15 to 20 minutes, is that okay?
Sure. Yeah. I just need the remote control.
Oh, okay. Great.
Thank you very much. Pleasant good morning to everyone. It gives me great pleasure to be here to participate in this meeting. And I'm Noel Morada from the Asia Pacific Center for Responsibility to Protect. I'm the Director for Regional Diplomacy and Capacity Building. I'm happy to come right after Karen's presentation, so I don't need to give a bigger background. And the topic assigned to me is on challenges to the implementation. I'd like to just say that from the very beginning in 2005, my work has been focused on challenges. I was asked by the Canadian Embassy while I was still in the Philippines, in Manila, to conduct a survey of the response of Southeast Asian stakeholders to the ICES report in 2001. And this was before the formal adoption of the World Summit Outcome document in September. So I did the rounds in Southeast Asia to find out what is the reaction of the region to the ISIS report in 2001 in early 2005. So my focus today is to really look at the context. How's this working? Okay. At the global level, I think the challenges in implementing R2P is that geopolitics and strategic competition among major powers has been trumping R2P's implementation. Particularly when you focus on the UN Security Council, the impotence in responding to R2P situations because of the use of veto powers by some of the PERM 5 members. And that's very clear in so many cases. I'm not saying that in the past there has not been an adopted resolution. I think we can look at what happened in Libya in 2011. China abstained in order not to block the resolution using R2P. Also, I need to mention that there's divided international attention on various crises, Myanmar, Ukraine, and of course, more recently, Israel and Palestine, as well as other crises in Africa and other parts of the world. To some extent, there's also humanitarian fatigue. And we can see that the gauge of how much people are willing to commit themselves to implementing R2P as a way of responding to humanitarian crisis is how much funding has been declining when it comes to humanitarian assistance. Of course, violations of international humanitarian law in conflict situations, when states are being called out, those who are committing these atrocity crimes, erring members or states question international institutions like the UN and its agency, and they are trying to question the legitimacy, and therefore the trust level is also down. At the regional level, I can say that there's also a disconnect between the UN and regional organizations' responses to crisis situations. I would particularly mention that in the context of East Asia and Southeast Asia, there's really a disconnect. There's not much coordination between the UN and ASEAN. ASEAN is being asked to lead, but ASEAN has not been very responsive effectively. And also geopolitics at the regional level constrains effective regional response. There are also inconsistencies in the way that states behave at the regional and international bodies, the way they vote in resolutions in the UN General Assembly, and how they collectively respond to situations like crisis in Myanmar, for example. There are still states in the region that adhere to traditional definition of sovereignty and non-interference in domestic affairs, no accountability. Now, in East Asia, I identify several challenges in my paper that has been published. I think it's very important to look at R2P's implementation as related to building constituencies at the domestic and regional level. I keep saying that building awareness is very important and deepening the understanding about R2P. And as Karen has already mentioned, there are still a lot of misconceptions about R2P and humanitarian intervention, for example. And then encouraging states and non-state stakeholders to work as partners. A major criticism about R2P is that it is too state-centered, but it's important to also emphasize that the state cannot do it alone. It needs partners, non-state actors and stakeholders that they can work together. And of course, strengthening national institutions in managing risk for atrocities. The UN Framework of Analysis for Atrocity Crime is a very good document that in our center, we have asked many of our partners in Southeast Asia to translate this document into local languages as part of capability building. Many people do not understand R2P because it is too abstract, but you need to concretize it. And the document of the UN on the Framework of Analysis for Atrocity Crime provides very clear indicators of what to watch out for in monitoring the risk for atrocities. Now, another challenge is to mainstream R2P in the agenda of regional organizations and, of course, create mechanisms. I'm glad that there's a mention already about what is lacking in East Asia, a Human Rights Commission and all other mechanisms that deal with issues about human rights. But ASEAN has already created 3 mechanisms in order to respond to human rights issues. But the problem with the mechanisms of ASEAN is that they are only consultative bodies and they are not able to pursue protection. They can promote human rights, but investigating human rights is one area that is still lacking. Now, of course, ratifying the Rome Treaty is another challenge in the region. In Southeast Asia, only one country has ratified, which is Cambodia, the Rome Treaty. The Philippines ratified in 2011, but when Duterte came into power and investigation on crimes against humanity related to drug killings, he withdrew the Philippines from the Rome Treaty in 2019. And it poses continuing challenges. Now, another key important point that I need to make is making sure that those countries, member states of the UN, who have ratified certain conventions, translate these documents into domestic laws. In the Philippines, we had, for example, the first domestic law that was passed in 2009 against genocide and crimes against humanity. Now, this law is being tested. About a few weeks ago, there were some human rights advocates who filed a case using limited universal jurisdiction, an NGO-led case filed against the Myanmar junta perpetrators. We will see whether it's going to be something that will be testing the domestic law in the Philippines. I also want to say that incorporating security sector governance is important to include in the national agenda of many countries, particularly those states that are facing high risk of atrocities. Now let's go to capacity building for atrocity prevention. And this has been my argument, and it's important to highlight this in this presentation because norms like R2P, human rights, etc., do not automatically cascade at the domestic and regional level. You need to have domestic champions and regional champions or allies that will really promote and really put pressure on states to do more and act more in response to risk of atrocities. And there's also a need to engage state and non-state actors to develop homegrown knowledge and mechanisms for atrocity prevention. It's also critical for states to develop or pursue whole of society or whole of nation in promoting R2P in implementing the norm. A lot of times states will say whole of government. Whole of government is not enough. You need to include non-state actors, civil society groups, and it's critical that this partnership must be developed as part of constituency building and capacity building. Now, one important thing to pursue is develop national action plans for atrocity prevention. Many countries in the region need to look at what are existing laws, what needs to be done to improve existing laws on human rights protection. And in countries where they are facing a lot of risk for atrocity crimes because of the presence of conflicts, it is critical that parliamentarians can play a role in contributing to developing national action plans. Now, another point in this regard is to look at human security and human protection as important in incorporating national security frameworks. In many countries, particularly those that are not democratic, military policemen are given more privilege to design their national security frameworks, but there needs to be engagement with other actors on how to improve many of the national security frameworks of governments. Now, I'd like to highlight that in capacity building, education and training is quite critical. And Karen has already mentioned about the misconceptions about R2P. So deepening understanding of R2P for localization of norm. We've been advocating, and I'm personally been advocating since 2005, based on my initial survey of responses to R2P in Southeast Asia, they have highlighted, many of the participants in the workshop have highlighted that R2P needs to be anchored on local norms and values of people on the ground. And it's quite critical that these local values and norms can actually strengthen the embrace of R2P. Now, another misconception is that R2P is an enemy of sovereignty, and there are many countries in the region, states in the region, who still hold on to traditional definition of sovereignty. But we want to highlight that R2P is a friend, not an enemy of sovereignty, especially when you look at sovereignty as related to good governance, rule of law, promotion of human rights protection. It enhances, actually, the legitimacy of the state. So therefore, if there's a change of mindset of government, leaders, and all that, that when you are being called into account, you are actually going to respond more effectively if you have all these important norms associated with sovereignty. So main contribution of R2P is that it redefines sovereignty to include accountability, rule of law, and human rights protection. Now let's go to the misconceptions. In many of my engagement in Southeast Asia, there's still a perception that R2P is a Western concept. And we try to disabuse many of our partners in the region and those who still haven't heard of R2P, that the origins of R2P is actually in Africa. And the experiences in African continent is actually a very good example of how we can model regional organizations from the experience of the African Union. When the OAU transformed itself into an AU, it moved from non-interference principle to non-indifference. And that is why it is critical to promote R2P in the context of non-indifference principle. R2P is not and cannot be a pretext for regime change. And there are a lot of people who are afraid of R2P because they focus on military intervention. That's why in my published short paper, I highlighted also the Brazilian initiative on RWP related to the Syrian crisis, which talks about accountability when you actually invoke R2P, particularly Pillar 3 and the use of military intervention. And of course, as Karen has already explained, R2P is not about humanitarian intervention. Humanitarian intervention can be done unilaterally and for the wrong reasons by major powers who have the opportunity and the resources to exploit it. And we know already very good examples of that, and I don't need to mention which countries are using it or have used it wrongly. Now, again, when I want to focus on R2P, localization through education, it must be anchored on local norms of society. You can also link R2P to peace building and conflict prevention. And R2P must also contribute to interfaith dialogue, promotion of tolerance and diversity. In many countries in Asia, Southeast Asia particularly, these are multi-ethnic societies with various differences culturally and religiously. And the key actors in promoting norm localization, I identify here as educators, religious leaders, community leaders. Of course, I have to mention women. The most affected group of people, women in conflict, and that's why you can also link R2P to women, peace, and security. And the last that I identified are youth leaders. The future of R2P rests on the young generation, because the young generation will carry on the work. We don't live forever, and I keep saying that building awareness should start when you have engagement with young people. Now, in my presentation, I'd like to focus on Myanmar. Is it a case of R2P failure? I think it is failing for a lot of reasons. And the first thing I'd like to highlight is that at the domestic level, the Myanmar military is the main perpetrator of atrocity crimes. there's manifest failure of state to uphold R2P even before the coup of 2021. The junta remains defiant of international calls to stop atrocities. And it's also very unfortunate that the junta is being supported by major powers who provide weapons for use in committing atrocities. Despite the UN General Assembly resolution on arms embargo, it is not fully supported by other members of the UN. Now, the Myanmar crisis may contribute to a may continue to be a protracted conflict. There is hardening of positions by protagonists, those who are fighting the junta, and Myanmar could actually be another Syria. There's also worsening humanitarian crisis for close to 3 years already since the coup of 2021. And Myanmar military is now facing more attacks and losing control of larger territories in the country. I also would like to say that it is not impossible to think that Myanmar might disintegrate, and this is not a remote possibility. At the regional level, ASEAN is also failing to respond effectively because the 5-point consensus has not been fully implemented. Myanmar military has not been cooperating and compliant with the agreement. Although ASEAN has de facto suspended Myanmar, it still pursues limited engagement with the military and also non-political engagement. Unfortunately, some East Asian states continue to trade with the junta. They have economic interests to protect. And despite calls for sanctions, including trade in weapons, goods, and finance, this is still ongoing. And this is an unfortunate thing for many of us who are championing, R2P in the region facing the crisis in Myanmar. I also would like to highlight that in the case of Myanmar, the impact on the region is quite extensive, particularly in the emergence of the dark economy, drug trafficking, cyber crimes, and other forms of transnational crimes. At the international level, I think the challenge is that the UN Security Council is deadlocked on Myanmar. China and Russia vetoed resolutions on Myanmar, particularly those invoking R2P, and therefore geopolitics is trumping R2P as far as the Myanmar crisis is concerned. Unfortunately, again, Myanmar crisis has been overshadowed by Ukraine war. Attention has been down, and particularly with the recent Israeli-Palestine conflict. And then humanitarian funding has been dwindling across the globe, and it has also affected the humanitarian assistance to the Rohingya refugees in Bangladesh, as well as the increasing number of other Myanmar population going into India, Thailand, and Bangladesh. And of course, the other problem is that there's limited impact of targeted sanctions by Western countries. The US, the UK, the European countries, and Australia have done their best to pursue targeted sanctions, but it has not been effective. So thank you for your attention, and I'd like to just say that I congratulate the organizers of this event, and I hope that Korea will continue to lead the promotion of R2P in the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your clarification about also norm is very important to R2P, but it's very compelling to note that in the case you're citing about the case of the Myanmar, it's not only the norm failure, but it's the member states or the international community's failure to overlook or not incorporate about those atrocity or problems taking place in Myanmar. I think that's what we need to do. But still, I have one question for you. While you are emphasizing importance of the regional norm, and that does not necessarily contrast with Western norms, but still you have to note that within the Indo-Pacific region, there's not many free democratic countries. So when you say that we have to respect the region's specific norms or cultural background, when we are applying to those universal norms of the R2P, how we can balance between those region or the country-specific like a culture and norms which not necessarily free democratic can be balanced with universal norms which is known as Western norms. But I'm not only talking about we should follow Western norms, but still when it comes to universal values or universal norms, how that can be accommodated by those regional specific norms or characteristics. Having said that, I will just move on to our last presenter, Professor and Ms. Vasilka Sancin, sorry for my pronunciation, who is the current member of the UN Human Rights Council Advisory Committee. And she's going to talking about UN and R2P systems, right? So you have 15 to 20 minutes.
So, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, at the outset, I really wish to thank the organizers, and in particular, Chairman Kim Tae-hoon and Mr. Badanam, the Secretary General of Peace Corps, for inviting me to take part in this important conference, and I congratulate you for starting this series of conferences, which I hope will become. In fact, I'm a returnee to Seoul, because about a decade ago, I was invited by Professor Sang Ye-ho, who is also here today. I'm very pleased to see him in the audience. And when he invited me to come to Seoul, he asked me to speak exactly on responsibility to protect. So here I am, 10 years later, also discussing this important principle. I was asked to discuss today what I believe is becoming increasingly crucial issues in the realm of international relations. How can we ensure that responsibility to protect, endorsed in 2005 by all UN members, is now almost 2 decades later effectively implemented within the United Nations and the broader international community? And furthermore, to also shed some light on the principle of universal jurisdiction and its role in ensuring the prosecution of R2P crimes. But before proceeding to that, allow me, coming from Slovenia, to very briefly share with this distinguished audience some information on Slovenia's and Slovenian scholars' engagement with R2P. Slovenia was actively involved in R2P's formations from the outset, as it was Slovenia's permanent representative to the UN in New York that acted as one of the 2 co-facilitators for finalizing paragraphs 138 and 39 on R2P for the 2005 World Summit outcome document. Slovenia included R2P also in its own normative development. For example, in 2015, Declaration on Foreign Policy of the Republic of Slovenia and its foreign affairs strategies. All these documents specifically mention Slovenia's commitment to responsibility to protect. And Slovenia also continues to operationalize it through regular appointment of its R2P national focal points, providing for relevant domestic capacity to actively promote its operationalization domestically, but also regionally and at a global level, most prominently within the United Nations. Since 2014, Slovenia already has translated document on UN atrocity prevention framework. So it is very important to have these documents available in the national language, and Slovenia is paying great attention to it. Several regional European R2P focal points meetings were held in Slovenia, and up to date 6 biennial academic interdisciplinary conferences on R2P started in 2013, and we just had the last one in May this year, where Peace Corps delegation was very warmly, I hope, and positively welcomed in Ljubljana. In all these conferences, all the former UN special advisors on R2P were present, starting with Mr. Edward Luck. Since 2010, Slovenia has a comprehensive textbook on responsibility to protect in Slovenian language, which I have co-authored with my colleagues, and Mr. Edward Luck wrote a foreword to it. So numerous awareness-raising activities are taking place in Slovenia through educational and other institutions, and also, which is something that perhaps could be shared as a good practice, maybe as a best practice even, is that Slovenia also engaged with assistance of the R2P national focal point with Slovene armed forces that are active in peace missions. So in addition to all of these, Slovenia also acts, not only speaks about R2P, and therefore in July 2020, Slovenia supported the first standalone Human Rights Council resolution of the 50th anniversary of R2P. In April 2022 was among the 83 co-sponsors of the UN General Assembly resolution on standing mandate for a General Assembly debate when a veto is cast in the Security Council. Slovenia showcases also importance of generating the necessary political will to vote in support of UN resolutions when action is paramount to prevent and stop serious violations of international humanitarian law and international human rights law, as demonstrated, for example, by Slovenia's support for the recent UN General Assembly resolution on Gaza calling for immediate and sustained humanitarian truce. So Slovenia is not afraid, and its political leaders are not afraid to step forward and promote responsibility to protect, from the President of the Republic to all the ministers in Slovenia. Now, I would like to turn to my main theme of today's speech. I think it is important to insist that the principle, as it was encapsulated in 2005 in the two already mentioned paragraphs, emphasizes that state sovereignty and R2P are not in conflict, but are in fact intertwined, and that R2P is limited to 4 crimes only: genocide, war crimes, crimes against humanity, and ethnic cleansing. Nevertheless, striking a balance between respecting state sovereignty and preventing mass atrocities is and remains an ongoing challenge for the international community. R2P was envisaged to rest on the 3 pillars, and they were already presented, so I'll not repeat that exercise, but I would like to stress that there is some doctrinal confusion on what these 3 pillars are. And while it is important to stress that Pillar 1 is mainly about the primary responsibility of the state in connection to prevention, prevention is not limited to Pillar 1. Prevention, obligation of prevention, responsibility to prevent this mass atrocity is a cross-cutting responsibility across all 3 pillars. So rather than speaking about prevention, assistance, and response, I would say that we need to ask who is the actor within the 3 pillars. Pillar 1, it is the sovereign states. Pillar 2, it is about cooperation between the sovereign state and international community, under the condition that the state is willing to cooperate. So this is the Pillar 2. And Pillar 3 is really the collective action of the international community. But prevention is a cross-cutting obligation, and I think should always remain the main focus of the principle of R2P. So I would like to say that it is important also to stress that under the principle of R2P, it does not need to be established that the territorial state is unwilling or unable, as we are familiar with this test from the International Criminal Court statute. But the responsibility to protect is triggered rather by the manifestly failing test, which requires timely action before even any authoritative legal assessments of the cases are available in order to effectively protect population from mass atrocity. The trust of the principle of R2P is thus, in my opinion, really on prevention, and for R2P to be truly successful, it should prompt actions to prevent the atrocities rather than trying to remedy the situation when the crimes are being or had been committed. In that sense, in relation to the issue of universal jurisdiction, which is the principle related to the situation when the R2P crimes had already been committed, the essence of R2P, in my view, lies in prompting the UN system and its members to spare no effort on investing in preventive measures in alignment with all three purposes of the United Nations, namely achieving peace and security, sustainable development, and ensuring fundamental human rights. The most recent annual report of the UN Secretary General on R2P, presented by now, unfortunately, former Special Advisor on R2P, George Okot-Obo, clearly spotlights development as prevention and demonstrates that R2P requires not only a narrow but deep approach, as advocated for by other former special advisors of R2P, but essentially requires applying the R2P perspective on much broader range of issues, going beyond the peace and security and human rights nexus. This seems to be particularly relevant also in the context of North Korean situation, where developmental issues contributed to famine, which coupled with states' policies on restricting human mobility could be recognized as an R2P situation. And I wrote about it in my book from 2010 already. R2P should thus be considered as a cross-fertilizing principle that demands action in all UN fora, way beyond the references to the R2P in the UN Security Council resolutions, annual UN General Assembly debates, and specific discussions in the UN Human Rights Council Forum, as root causes and multiple underlying reasons are usually a result of a complex conundrum of a number of factual circumstances and actions or omissions that enabled mass atrocities to continue to persist and require an R2P lens to be applied to all sectors of the society endangered or affected by mass atrocities by all parts of the UN system in mutually supportive manner and possibly in cooperation with relevant regional and sub-regional actors, the role of which was emphasized in the recent statement by the government supportive of R2P. For example, while I was serving on the United Nations Human Rights Committee until the end of last year, there was an important emphasis on General Comment number 36, explaining Article 6 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, which explicitly includes a reference to responsibility to protect. And this has not been utilized enough in the discussions with all the states that come for the review before the Human Rights Committee. It is well known that R2P's implementation has, ever since its endorsement, become a subject of great importance and critical debate. It has gone through better and worse times, and the views on its success differ widely among different commentators. Nevertheless, it's commonly agreed that the effective implementation of R2P faces many challenges, and one of them, and a very essential one, is the lack of political will, since R2P is being invoked selectively, often influenced by geopolitical considerations, leading to criticisms of inconsistency and double standards. And the use of military force in R2P interventions has also generated debates over its legitimacy and effectiveness. And I think this is where the concept of universal jurisdiction comes into play. And universal jurisdiction is the principle that allows states to prosecute individuals for certain international crimes, regardless of their nationality of the victims of these crimes, or the location of the crime. And in that sense, universal jurisdiction reinforces the idea that impunity for mass atrocities will not be tolerated, which is particularly important in cases where perpetrators of mass atrocities escape prosecution within their own countries. Universal jurisdiction provides a legal mechanism for holding those individuals accountable. Although the International Criminal Court possesses an extremely important mandate to prosecute individuals, not all states are parties to its statute, and the court also faces its own set of challenges, including non-cooperation in apprehending certain suspects. Therefore, it's important to highlight recent adoption of the new Ljubljana, The Hague Convention on International Cooperation in the Investigation and Prosecution of the Crimes of Genocide, Crimes Against Humanity, War Crimes, and other international crimes, the text of which was adopted on the 26th of May this year, 2023, which I think was a historical achievement for the fight against impunity and remarkably a culmination of the standalone process outside of the UN or any other organization. The goal of the treaty is to close the gap in the international legal system, providing multilateral legal framework on mutual legal assistance and extradition for domestic investigation and prosecution of core international crimes, including on the basis of exercising universal jurisdiction. The implementation of R2P remains an ongoing challenge. It requires delicate balancing between respecting state sovereignty, preventing mass atrocities, and universal jurisdiction, I think, plays a particularly important role in the context of states which are unwilling to cooperate with the international community to bring perpetrators to justice. For R2P to fulfill its promise of preventing and responding to mass atrocities, it necessitates not only political commitment of states, but also the principled cooperation and vigilance of the entire international community. We must continue to build consensus within the UN fora and foster cooperation among states. Preventative diplomacy, early warning systems, diplomatic measures should always be the first resort when addressing potential mass atrocities. As global citizens, we must continue to work towards a world where the protection of any and all innocent lives is paramount and where those who commit international crimes face the consequences of their actions. One of the most remarkable aspects of R2P and universal jurisdiction is their potential to prevent mass atrocities before they escalate into full-blown crisis. Particularly through diplomatic efforts and other peaceful means, the international community can work to prevent conflicts from erupting into mass violence and in mass suffering, not only within, but also beyond the UN system. The situation in North Korea, due to various geopolitical complexities and sensitivities, is on the one hand a stark reminder of the urgent need for the global community to address such crises, and the proof of incapacity of the UN system to respond effectively, also because of the blockade of the UN Security Council. The North Korean regime has been accused of severe human rights abuses, including enforced disappearances, forced labor camps, systematic torture, restriction of fundamental freedoms. These actions have caused immense suffering among both the North Korean people and foreigners who voluntarily, but too often also non-voluntarily, find themselves on the territory of North Korea, talking about enforced disappearances. Despite the North Korean government's unwillingness to prosecute its own officials, universal jurisdiction allows national courts of other states, including courts in South Korea, to pursue justice for these crimes, subject to the required will to pursue this route and existence of adequate domestic criminal legislation, with the possibility to exceptionally allow for trials in absentia, given the unlikeliness of those accused of mass atrocities to appear on territories of states willing to exercise universal jurisdiction. This is a legal path that perhaps still needs to be fully explored. Undoubtedly, North Korea presents a complex and challenging case for implementation of R2P and universal jurisdiction. It highlights the need for innovative diplomatic and multilateral approaches to address severe human rights abuses. A dedicated forum for such discussions, such as today's conference, is an important step in the right direction. There is no alternative for the international community but to persist in seeking peaceful and sustainable solutions while upholding the fundamental values and principles of the United Nations, including the principle of R2P. There is no turning back. Deafening silence or indifference side with perpetrators of mass atrocities. And this is why we're here today. Since at the end of the day, who is the United Nations? It is we, the peoples. And to conclude, I would like to invite all of you to join us in Ljubljana in June next year, where we'll be discussing artificial intelligence and human rights, because the threats to today's community are manifold and they are interlinked. New technologies, climate change, and threats to human rights are all interlinked. So I hope to see you all in Ljubljana next year. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you for your very logical and touching speech, which is followed by the very well promoted remark on your upcoming conference, which appears to be very important. Well, 2 points. I'm very glad you talk about narrower or broader notion of R2P. Actually, I would like to ask you about the question as well in the first place. Well, when you talk about the definition between R2P and humanitarian intervention, you said a narrow one appears to belongs to R2P, while a broader one, including natural disaster and etc., to humanitarian assistance. Humanitarian intervention, if I just understand you correctly. But initially in 2001, ICISS was highlighting for broader concept, not only for R2P, but also other types of the R2P. And I kind of agree with you, say that we, international community, pay more attention beyond those narrower concept of the R2P. But do you think that kind of effort can somehow help those crises, including North Korea, by highlighting what you said for it's not the failure of norms, but R2P represent the commitment to the political commitment of member states, either unwilling or incapable to address those problems, right? So do you think if we can broaden those notion or definition or scope of R2P, can we international communities are better positioned to address those R2P related issues or crimes? So that's what I would like to ask you. Having said that, we have 3 Korean distinguished the experts on R2P. Since all of them 3 of them are Koreans, you feel free to choose your language to make a discussion. 첫 번째
So let me introduce first the discussant, Professor Park Hong-sun from Sunmun University. Professor Park Hong-sun has engaged in a variety of humanitarian-related activities for the past 3 to 4 decades. You can freely ask questions to the presenters. Also, you can share your comments. Thank you.
In the introduction, Mr. Lee. My name is Hyung-sun Park. I'm Professor Emeritus of Sunmun University, but I'm claiming I'm a student of UN Studies. I realized that 3 distinguished guests from the United Nations as on current or former high-ranking official dealing with these important issues. Also, I realized that Ambassador Lee and Professor Cho and many others, almost 10 years ago, when this R2P was a popular topic in Korean academic community, we are very much interested in publicizing this issue, and we published several articles on this one. So over the last several years, these human rights issues, R2P was almost gone in Korea. Now it's reviving. I really appreciate the host, Chairman Kim, and this PS core NGO initiating the revitalization of discussion on this issue in Korea. So before I make a specific questions to the three distinguished guests, I think that I feel like I use a Korean language and to explain or at least summarize what they said about, because I see many Korean ordinary citizens. Really, I don't think you have such a good idea about this R2P. It's very unique, very interesting, but it's a difficult topic to deal with. So next session will be covering the North Korean issue and others. So this is very broad general observation and assessment on the notion of R2P. So I use Korean language to explain what they said. R2P라고 하는 것은 여러분들 알다시피 1990년대
As you know, R2P and the concept was first adopted against the backdrop of all the atrocities after a variety of global conflicts. As these presenters mentioned, this concept became a hot issue by the leadership of Secretary General of the UN, Kofi Annan. And under his leadership, there has been many discussions and commissions. And also it was officially adopted by the summit in 2005. And also afterwards, Secretary General Ban released a report about the implementation of I2P. And in the face of the Syrian crisis, I2P was first implemented. So based on R2P, we were able to remove Gaddafi and brought about the peaceful regime in Syria. So the implications of R2P can be reflected on the policies and also our situation in Korean Peninsula. But fundamentally, this concept of R2P may be contradictory to the existing concept for sovereignty, which is guaranteed by the UN Charter. And also, the UN is supposed to make no intervention, especially in terms of their internal matters and internal politics. That is why R2P is considered as something contradicted to the existing values of sovereignty. That is why it is also important to have a willingness of the region as well as each different nation to implement R2P. But still, R2P has a new social meaning that can guarantee and uphold the values of humanitarian issues. So again, as the presenters mentioned, in order to implement our R2P, we need the willingness from the UNSC. However, as you know, the veto should be limited, but it's not practically implemented. And also, we need to make the international political leaders to hold responsibility. And also at the same time, we need to educate the general public about the R2P and humanitarian issues to raise their awareness. And if all these matters doesn't work, then we need to adopt R2P to revitalize the conflicted area. But especially after the Syrian incident, after Libyan, and the same situation repeated in Syria. However, because of the veto of China and Russia, we were not able to adopt R2P. And also, UN does not have its own military power. UN has to rely on other military alliances such as NATO. So we need to think about how the international society should adopt R2P.
Specifically ask a couple of questions to each of you. To Madame Karen Smith, You very much introduced the notion of origins and evolution of R2P and main points of legal normative basis and conceptual difference between humanitarian intervention and R2P. You mentioned that Global South African countries are very favorable to this notion, but they are actually resisting, that especially intervention by Western powers. But still they have their own conflicts going on, and they cannot resolve it. African ownership is the key word they are claiming to have their own destiny on their own conflicts. But actually, when it comes to implementation, this country is very skeptical about this notion. So there is a gap between this ideal notion and practice. Also, you mentioned very important implication for North Korea. R2P may be associated with the situations where there is no conflict. I believe this is very important implication for North Korea. Because several years ago, one NGO report mentioned that even without conflict and internal turmoil, at this moment, international community has a right to intervene using this R2P as a notion. Is it too radical, or what do you think that without any ongoing conflict in North Korea, still is relevant to? Do you think that is not legally, but do you think that is meaningful to claim to apply the R2P? For Dr. Morada, you mentioned many issues of so-called challenges, and one of them, you emphasized the importance of education. I agree with it, but many developing countries do not have their own civil society, enough capacity to conduct that kind of meaningful, sustaining human rights education. So I think that before we making this very noble claim, we should show to the world success of this R2P to publicize the utility and the relevance to human rights. I think that, can you take up some examples that this education or the prevention efforts are successful, that many developing countries adopt? That's my first question. Second question is that I remember 1999 when there was East Timor crisis. International community, over 20 years of silence, suddenly intervened. Initially peacekeeping operations, then using the multinational force. Probably the Australia led the initiative at the time. Why is that? What's the kind of reasons to believe that the international community using this force to intervene and free East Timor from the 20 years of control by Indonesia? I think that this has a good implication. That at the time, of course, P5 agreed about it, but I think the international political momentum is also very, very important, alongside with the international press and NGOs. The last question goes to Dr. Vasilka Sancin. You mentioned about the use of a judicial approach by ICC and universal jurisdiction. Okay? Canada, Spain, and New Zealand adopted universal jurisdiction. I think this is very, very important expansion of this human rights protecting international justice. But Belgium repealed it. Do you have any idea what's the difference between this kind of policy changes? Some countries, that begin to adopt this universal jurisdiction, but Belgium repealed it. I think that Belgium repealed it at the request of the United States government at the time, I remember, but probably some political reasons they repealed it. So this has an implication for North Korean case. If we cannot use Security Council resolution on referring to International Criminal Court or any initiative by the ICC itself, then universal jurisdiction may have some implications on North Korea. Canada, Spain, New Zealand, or whoever that with this universal jurisdiction indict Kim Jong-un and North Korean regimes. Okay, the last question, just one, is that when we talk about the role of Security Council and P5, eventually to facilitate the publication of the R2P in the world, I think that we need Security Council reform. This is not easy job, but there is some effort to limit the use of veto, but still the fundamental approach will be the revision of the charter and initiating the Security Council reform. Any thought about it? It's a difficult topic to answer, but I want to hear your view. Thank you very much. Sorry.
네, 감사합니다. 그다음 두 번째 토론자는 통일연구원.
Now we have the second discussant, Professor Han Dong-ho from Korea Institute for National Unification.
반갑습니다.
Hello, it is nice to meet you all. I am Han Dong-ho from Heenan Center of the Study of Liberal Democracy. First of all, thank you so much for inviting me to this event. And like Professor Park mentioned, in 2012, in Korean society, North Korean human rights issue had become very important issue, and how we deal with R2P and how we can utilize R2P to improve human rights in North Korea was very hot issue. And after that, for the 5 years, the government's focus was shifted to other issues from human rights because of peace and security. Yoon Suk-yeol administration took the office last year, May, and universal value was very important to this administration. And when I listened to the three presentations, the concept of R2P can be very important international norm, but how we implement this on site is also important. Ultimately, each state don't have political will, and I agree with you 100%. And how we invoke the political will, and the answer to that is very necessary with global pivotal state. And Yoon administration took the office 1.5 years ago, and they said global pivotal state, and we are pursuing universal value, and this is aligned with R2P value. And like you mentioned, in Asia, there's Myanmar and also other important and different crises, and international society and organizations are criticized with this low capability, and this R2P can become an important testbed. But what we have to remember here is this norm started based on African countries, but international norm, like sovereignty, it takes time for people to accept. And for Asian countries think highly of sovereignty, and we call this closed sovereignty. But if we want to implement R2P, we need open sovereignty. Let me take a look at North Korea. Even though there are criticism about North Korean human rights issue, but still Kim Jong-un administration is heading to a different direction, which is not aligned with international society. And they are controlling the ideology of young people. And recently they have a new law that has been made. And in North Korea, there is a reactionary ideology law, and the Korean people and North Korean people have different accent and dialogue. And North Korean younger generation watches Korean soap opera, and they are using Korean accent. And Kim Jong-un thinks that this is threatening their regime. So if North Korean people use Korean dialogue, then they might have to face a punishment. And I think this is very important factor of North Korean regime. And the discussion that international society may have the right to intervene can give a message to North Korean regime. So I think that is the reason why today's conference is very important. Sovereignty is important, and sovereignty is opened through multiple consultation and negotiation. And this ideology, this concept is very important. And I agree with you. And especially, a new Cold War had emerged, and each nationalism countries are now facing new Cold War era. So states' profit and traditional geopolitical centered ideology is now the new norm. And it is very difficult to discuss about this because we are now facing realism. But still, based on UN and based on civil society around the world, we are still discussing about this norm. And by 2025, this will become another momentum because we will face 20th anniversary in 2 years. So we have to pay our effort for this momentum. And another thing I want to say is that you mentioned about global education, and there are many different presentations today, and there wasn't any explanation about definition of R2P. You mentioned about military intervention, and this is a concept from the Western countries, and this is another tool to intervene the developing countries. And R2P is not a concept from the Western countries. This is a concept that is accepted by humanity, and sovereignty did not came up to us in one night. This was constructed for more than 200 years, and this had become the concept of sovereignty. And I think this applies to R2P also. R2P did not came from the Western country. It came from African continent, and we need to emphasize this fact. Last but not least, Korea's role. Yoon's administration is focusing on universal value, and India-Pacific strategy is established. What I want to say is, on the inauguration ceremony, no Korean former president had mentioned a global citizen, but President Yoon has this characteristic of using global citizen often. I thought this was a rhetoric expression, but it's been 1.5 years past, and I think this shows the role of Korean people in the planet. And so President Yoon wants to emphasize the universal value as not as the people in Korea, but as the global citizen. The existing inter-Korean relationship was focusing on bilateral relationship, but now Yoon is focusing on multilateral relationship. So if we pursue multilateral relationship, North Korea will automatically come into this relationship. Lastly, when you explained about R2P, you emphasized prevention. I agree with you. Prevention is very important because you have to prevent something before it occurs. In 2014 COI report, North Korea has already widespread systematically occurred with the unhumane crime against humanity. Prevention lies on pillar 1, 2, and 3, but I want to know how you can specify the concept of prevention. My second question is a broad question. Russia and China, those big powers, are challenging the international society, and they are permanent member of the UN, and there is hardly any agreement about the universal value. China is China-centered socialism and China-centered people's power, and that is how they are fighting against R2P. So we need to have a strategy against that. Thank you. When you said R2P came from France, it is because Professor Francis said sovereignty is a privilege, not responsibility. It is not from Africa. It is actually from a scholar that is acting in Western countries who is originally from Africa. Okay. Last discussant is Professor Kwon from
Hello, I am Kwon Suk-do from the National Institute for Unification Education. I'm afraid I'm pretty nervous as the last discussant because all the meaningful messages were already delivered by my previous colleagues. So to introduce my organization, the National Institute for Unification Education is supposed to provide education about unification issue to the general public, and also we touch upon the human rights issues in DPRK. So I believe I earned very great takeaways from the presentations and discussions about the future direction of our education on North Korean human rights issues. So my statement may have some duplicated area because my colleague discussant already talked about very meaningful points. But I still want to summarize my statement into 4 points. So I believe R2P is all about prevention. As Dr. Karen Smith mentioned, in order to prevent atrocity and in order to protect people, the state obligation should be the priority. However, if a nation fails to do so, the international society has the responsibility to protect the people and also prevent atrocity. When a nation fails to protect its people, other countries should help the nation in order to prevent atrocities against those people. However, it should be based on a consensus where other countries can help with diplomatic measures or political measures on humanitarian support, and the last result to support the nation would be the military response. I think this is very important that all of these are based on our common consensus. Although we understand the situation and this consensus, considering the reality in the international community, the prevention does not happen according to the predetermined process. And while we struggle to establish these processes, the atrocities will be continued. So we still need to think about the responses in order to stop atrocities right away. And the second point is related to the legitimacy of R2P. So since the official adoption by the UN General Assembly, R2P has been reaffirmed through UNSC resolutions and summit declaration and UNHSC resolution. However, R2P is more like Lex Frenada, not Lex Lata. That is why I question how we can secure the justification for the military response based on R2P. And I think it has something to do with the structural limitation of the UN. If you take a look at the Article 39, Article 41, and 42 of UN Charter, there may be some areas we can take some legitimacy for R2P, but still, we need to stick to the principle of non-intervention. And this principle has been the fundamental framework to support exclusive sovereignty of UN member states. So again, I think it is really important to think about how we can secure legitimacy for R2P. And despite R2P principle and despite our continued effort to prevent the recurrence of these atrocities, why in our society atrocities will be happening and again and again? I think it is because we failed to reach a consensus to make more effective and collective responses toward these situations, and also the lack of political willingness is also problematic. And also the Myanmar incident shows the limitation of R2P. As Dr. Noel Morada mentioned, and in some cases, the allies of the dictatorship will just sitting on the fence on purpose, and that aggravates the situation. And also, it's almost impossible to reach an agreement between P5. It is also a huge hurdle. So after all that the international society can do is to naming and shaming, and I think that these are the fundamental limitation of R2P. And also, I think we need to have discussions about the processes after R2P. So when there's a huge flood in Libya in 2023 September, it showed the very dilemma of the humanitarian intervention of R2P. With this flood, more than 10,000 people were victimized, and this was all because of the failure of the government of Libya, and also the gap of administration in Libya. But the suffering was all to the general public. So we were successfully ousted Gaddafi regime based on R2P. However, after the R2P intervention, there was no follow-up to stabilize the society. So we need to think about how we could stabilize the aftermath of the R2P intervention. The humanitarian purpose and humanitarian cause cannot justify everything In order to make successful humanitarian intervention, as ICIS's report mentioned, we need to have rightful purpose and intention, and R2P intervention should be the last result. And also we need to depend on proportional tool and based on rational outlook as well as legitimate authority. So R2P is not about the right to intervene, but it is the responsibility to protect. That is why we still need to think about our responsibility to revitalize the society. So I think the last comment was really important. We need to think about the situation after R2P. Of course, the adoption of R2P to North Korea will be important. However, after we remove the Kim Jong-un regime, what will happen? We need to think about that as well.
Promise to finish at least 5 minutes early. Let's say we have about 15 minutes. 그래도 I think I feel obliged to open the floor at least for a couple of people. 질문 있으시면 받겠습니다. 짧게 질문만 해주시면 좋겠습니다. 잠깐 마지막으로 하시고 다른 분 우리 이사장님은 마지막에 제가 드리고. You want to identify yourself, Brendan? Nice meeting you.
Thank you very much. Wonderful panel. My name is Brendan Howe. I'm the Dean of the Graduate School of International Studies at Iowa Women's University. I have three common stroke questions for the whole panel. First of all, there's clearly not a universal consensus on universal human rights, but maybe there is something of a universal consensus on universal human wrongs. There are certain things that are bad enough to shock the conscience of humankind that we can all agree on need to be prevented. Secondly, the relationship between the sins of commission, the crimes, but also the sins of omission, or the problems of governments not responding to protect their citizens when there are grave threats to their lives and livelihoods. And this is particularly important, of course, for North Korea, when even if the government is not actively persecuting, when the government is not actively persecuting its people, still it can be killing many of them through misgovernment. And this was brought up in Myanmar in relation to Cyclone Nargis in 2008, where we again see a disconnect with the Western countries, France, Australia, the United States, the United Kingdom, using the language of R2P when the government of Myanmar was not accepting international assistance. Of course, Ramesh Thakur, among others, in Asia, pushed back against this, saying that we shouldn't be using the language of R2P, even though in the ICISS report they did have a paragraph on natural disasters. My final comment is, if we want punishment for committing these crimes to be a deterrent in order to prevent such atrocities occurring, then we must certainly universally apply these punishments. We must avoid the selectivity that the International Criminal Court has been accused of.
Thank you very much. 이사장님 짤.
예, 참 이렇게
Thank you so much, Ambassador Lee Shin-hwa, and thank you so much for your presentation and discussions. And I would like to express my appreciation to all the attendees who are participating in this event. And I think today's conference is very successful. And I have a question I went to Slovenia to see Ms. Vasilka Sancin, and I have one question. Member Vasilka Sancin said, emphasize the universal jurisdiction. And I agree with you, the importance of universal jurisdiction. But there is a law for ICC that's been established by South Korea. For that case, universal jurisdiction can be applied. And according to South Korea's constitution, North Korea is under Korea's jurisdiction. Even Kim Jong-un is Korean citizen. Well, territorial, it is not true, but if you look at the theory, it is possible to prosecute, to indict Kim Jong-un or other high officials. During Pyeongchang Olympic, Kim Yong-chol visited Korea. Kim Yong-chol is the one who attacked Cheonan submarine. And when Kim Yong-chol came, Kim Yong-chol was prosecuted, and people asked to arrest him. This can be agreed if this is done in Spain or other countries, but South Korea and North Korea is in a rivalry relationship. So is it possible to prosecute people from North Korea, from Korea?
Well, obviously we are still running out of the time, unfortunately. So I'll just give you, let's say, 3 minutes each. I know you don't have to answer whole questions, but if you can make your prioritize what you need to offer, please. Shall we start with Karen Smith?
Thank you so much. Thank you for the very interesting comments and questions, and I'm afraid I won't be able to answer all of them. So maybe we can have a discussion during lunch. Thank you so much. I think there are a few things that maybe I can combine. The one question I think, or you were asking two questions around Pillar 2, so international assistance, and I wanted to tie that with the questions of prevention. So, what does prevention mean, particularly, I think, under Pillar 2 in particular. So how can the international community assist states to prevent the commission of these crimes? And really, I think going back to what some of the others have said as well, it's essentially about trying to limit these risks, right? The risks that we know increase the possibility of the commission of atrocity crimes. And so anything that the international community can do to assist states to lower these risks. And this can be anything through, Vasilka mentioned this year's report on R2P was about the link to development, right? So how can development assistance help to reduce things like inequalities, discrimination against certain groups? So that's one example. Capacity building is another. A very specific one could be something like sending election observers, because we know elections are often times when there's a higher risk of the commission of atrocity crimes. So these are just some examples, I think, of how the international community can very usefully help to lower the risk and make societies more resilient. And I think this also brings me to the question about the kind of whether R2P is narrow or broad, and of course this is a debate. Not everybody agrees on this. So Edward Luck was the one who said we need to keep it narrow, and I think his reasoning was also that this is for this is a political strategy, because he also knew that if we make it broad, we would never get any states to buy into this, right? And this was also partly some of the things that have been mentioned that were mentioned in the ICISS report, like mentions of climate change, for example, but also mention of rebuilding, so the importance of what happens after an intervention, right? So that all of that was in the ICISS report, but of course, it wasn't in the paragraphs that were eventually agreed in 2005, and the reason for that, of course, was politics, right? States were saying, no, we're not going to sign up to this. This puts too many responsibilities and obligations to us. We want to limit it to these 4 crimes. We don't want to broaden the concept. We don't want to also have the responsibility to then have to clean up afterwards, so the rebuilding part. And so these, unfortunately, are the constraints of the international system, including the UN system, which some of you have pointed out as well. And I wanted just to say something about that, because I think we're absolutely constrained by the Security Council, which I personally think is an unrepresentative and illegitimate body. I'm hoping that Slovenia and South Korea's membership of it in the coming years is going to improve that situation a little bit. But I think we need to look at other parts of the UN system, other bodies that have not been playing an active enough role, including the General Assembly, but also the Human Rights Council. There are ways in which they can act, and in some ways they have, through, for example, establishing investigative mechanisms. That's one small example, but I think other parts of the UN need to do more. There's much more I want to say, but I will speak to you because I like your question about the Global South as well. So thank you very much.
I'd like to just respond first to your question earlier about the responses on R2P and localization of norm, and particularly the issue of how do you reconcile R2P with traditional definitions of sovereignty. I think the resistance to R2P comes mainly from government, from state who do not understand the implications of supporting R2P, and they feel threatened. In fact, the experience that we have in Southeast Asia, for example, is that there are what I would call vanguard of traditional norms. It's because, for example, ASEAN was founded on the basis of protecting sovereignty. That was during the Cold War. But ASEAN is continually evolving, and therefore they have incorporated certain elements in their declarations, in the ASEAN Charter, in the human rights terms of reference, that actually are aligned with R2P. They have not adopted R2P in the official language of ASEAN, but there are declarations. For example, in 2017, ASEAN came out with a declaration on culture of prevention. And when you begin to examine the details of this culture of prevention, there are certain elements that address the issues of R2P, atrocity, crime, and human rights. Now, with regard to the question of identifying success stories in education, I don't think I can conclusively say these are success. It's an ongoing bottom-up approach. And when you talk about education, you need to involve educational institutions. You have to provide training for diplomats, the military. An example that I could give in the case of the Philippines is that after the dictatorship of Marcos was overthrown in 1986, and there were a series of reforms being made in the Philippine Military Academy, one of the changes in the curriculum of the Philippine Military Academy was to incorporate human rights education in the curriculum. And that is one way of sensitizing, soldiers, military people. And that's why when there was the Marawi siege in Mindanao in 2017, they were careful to really deal with the terrorist attacks, and they wanted to protect the civilians who are in the crossfire, because they have been made aware about international humanitarian law. On the last point about Australia's involvement in East Timor, and this is again a good example, Australia was responding to the situation because of the work of civil society groups in Australia and human rights civil society groups. And that's why the keynote speech this morning of former UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, you need to challenge the state in order to really, make sure that they have this commitment and accountability at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vasilka.
Thank you for all these very important comments and also questions. I wish to say that perhaps first, I think it is politically wise to stick to the narrowness of the principle of R2P in the sense of which crimes it covers, the 4 crimes. However, at the same time, we need to keep in mind that the underlying causes that lead to these crimes are much broader than some politicians would like to think. So, for example, climate change can create a situation where people will be starving and unable to cultivate their lands, unable to have access to safe drinking water. And this could, in the case of omissions from the states, lead to the situation that could be described as a crimes against humanity. And this is when R2P kicks in. So we don't need necessarily to recognize natural disasters as R2P crimes, because these disasters can lead to the situations that can be then qualified as crimes against humanity, which triggers R2P. So in that sense, we need to look at and work collectively within the UN and beyond in regional settings as well as domestic settings with all the possible developments that could potentially lead to R2P in the sense of prevention. Then I would also like to say that when I was speaking with the unfortunately late Ed Luck, the first special advisor on R2P, on this conceptualization of R2P in paragraphs 138-39, he pointed out something that I think is extremely important for the future. And that is, if you look at line 7 of paragraph 139, it says that we are prepared to take collective action in a timely and decisive manner through the Security Council. He said it was intentionally selected language, not asking for authorization of the Security Council, not asking for a positive vote in any setting, but just requiring to act through the Security Council, so not to overstep or bypass Security Council. But when Security Council is unable to take action because of the veto power, then this requirement has been fulfilled. Of course, this would need to be accepted politically by all the UN member states, but the language itself provides for such interpretation. And I think this was a very wise decision at the time. As I said, the language co-facilitated by the Slovene permanent representative. And finally, as for the universal jurisdiction, I think the potential of the universal jurisdiction lies not necessarily only in prosecuting the most responsible for R2P crimes, because this is what the ICC was established for, to prosecute the leaders, political, military leaders, the most responsible. Universal jurisdiction actually applies to any perpetrator of any R2P crime. And to give you one example, in Germany, for example, they have successfully concluded judicial proceeding prosecuting low-level, high-ranking level officials for being involved in torturing of detainees in Syria, for example, who have found themselves on the Syrian territory. And in that sense, I think it would be a strong message to send to initiate such investigations into the crimes committed not necessarily by the leaders of North Korea, but all members of the regime who are implementing it on the ground. And South Korea, although perhaps for political reasons might not necessarily be able to initiate criminal proceedings, but it can collect evidence, it can share evidence with perhaps other countries that would be willing to initiate such criminal proceedings. And that, I think, would be a very strong message that will definitely attract the attention of the international community. And in that sense, I mentioned the The Hague Convention on Mutual Legal Assistance can play a very important role to collaborate on this at all levels. And finally, just one more thought. When I was conceptualizing our first R2P conference in Ljubljana in 2013, I thought exactly about how to bring this topic closer to the younger generation. And if you go to the website of the conference, r2pconference.com, you will find there an R2P song. I asked a rap band from Slovenia to make an R2P song, which was also performed live in our first edition of the conference. And Korea being the country of K-pop, I think there is enormous potential to raise awareness about the importance of these issues of human rights, R2P, and prevention of mass atrocity crimes, also through popular culture, using all the social media nowadays. Thank you so much.
That's great. Well, songs and dramas and all those things may be very helpful, right? All right, in closing, I want to just give you one statistics. Since 2009, 138 countries and 6 regional organizations have spoken on R2P at the United Nations. And since 2009, UN Secretary General has released 15 reports on R2P. And this year's topic was how developmental deficit and instability increase the risk of mass atrocity and how states can use sustainable development to build peace and resilience against such crimes. So I would like to close this session to echo her to saying that in 2025 we will celebrate 20th anniversary of the R2P adoption at the United Nations General Assembly, which is endorsed by Security Council. So hopefully we can come up with more comprehensive and more analytic and more appealing like explanation and actions to do something for the promotion of the R2P for the around the world, including North Korea. Thank you so much. 감사합니다.
네, 첫 번째 패널 여러분들의 발표와 토론 잘 들었습니다. 토론 패널 참가자들에게 다시 한번 박수를 부탁드리겠습니다.
Thank you, Professor Lee, and each of our panelists for their presentation and insightful discussions. This concludes our first panel, and we will now break for lunch. Your meals will be delivered to you at your seats, and have a wonderful meal, and we'll see you again at 1:20 p.m. Thank you.
네, 첫 번째 세션을 마칩니다. 이제부터 점심 시간을 갖겠습니다. 식사는 앉아 계신 자리로 서빙을 해드릴 것입니다. 그래서 점심 시간을 갖고 1시 20분에 다음 세션을 진행하겠습니다. 그리고 추가로 점심 시간 중간에 최근 중국의 탈북민 강제 북송에 대한 증언을 잠시 듣도록 하겠습니다.
So during lunch, we'll have some personal stories from defectors while you're having your meal today. So we'll give you more information on that in just a bit. Thank you. And please enjoy your meal while we wait for them to make their way up. Thank you.
네, 안녕하세요.
Good afternoon. While you are enjoying your lunch, on October 9th, the North Korean escapees were repatriated to North Korea, and this was very serious issue. So when the UN wrote the North Korean resolution, human rights resolution, we also wanted to include our stories, and that's why we have established a committee with lawyer Mr. Kim, and we visited the US together. So we have visitors who are North Korean escapees, and there are some of the members who are not here with us today, but my name is Heenan. It is nice to meet you. And today I also will discuss during the afternoon session, and this photo is a photo of my brother. And my brother, Lee Se-il, escaped to China in 2009, but during that short moment, he was sent back to North Korea by Chinese policemen, and he was tortured with his hands and with his feet, and we don't know if he is alive or if he is in safe condition. So we are requesting the North Korean government to give us any information about my brother, and they gave me this one sentence, and it was very sad for us in terms of humanitarian idea. And this is a very basic information that they are obligated to tell us, but they think that we are trying to accuse them for their wrongdoing. And we were so sad, and then we went to the committee to do the activity, and my mother was also sent back to North Korea, and she was injured with her ears during her torturing, and she cannot hear with her other ears. And with the experiences, we have expertise here with us, and I am so thankful that you are here to discuss and share your opinion. And I hope that in the future, in the international society, I hope that China can stop sending people back to North Korea. So I hope you can also help us with that. And I will give my mic to the next speaker. Hello, I am Tae Min-kyung. I am the head of the families of the victims who are sent to North Korea. I've been sent to North Korea 4 times, and I came to Korea in October 2012, and it's been 11 years since I arrived South Korea. And after I arrived, in 2007, Kim Jong-il made a prison camp for women, one in Hamgyong province and the other in Hamgyeongnam province. And one of the prison used to be a prison for men, and during Beijing Olympic in 2008, I was sent to North Korea and I was sentenced with 4 years, and I went to women's prison in Hamgyeongbuk area, and I was there, and there was a fever disease, and because of the disease, people lost their weight, and they lost their weight into 27 kilograms, and 34 was sent to that prison, and only 6 came out, survived. And after that, I came back, 4 of them came to Korea, and other 2, we don't know if they're dead or alive. My experience shows the tragedy of North Korea. My whole body is all injured and hurt. Because when I go to North Korea, we are all naked, and then we are inspected. And no matter if we're in our period or not, we are examined with female workers, and then we were examined with our genitals, and we are all bleeding, but we had to bear that pain. And Kim Jong-un's son, this dictatorship, and also China, they had made a statement in the United Nations. They said that there is no torturing victim, so we are not recognized as refugees. But there are about 100 victims who had been tortured, and only 20 is alive among that 100, and that includes the family members. UN Security Council, we went there, and we will ask for their responsibility, for China's responsibility, and we will do our testament, live testament, so that the whole world can know what the North Korea have done wrong. And I would like to take this opportunity and in 2023 UN Human Rights Report should include our stories, the fact of our stories, and also Kim Jong-un walk of famine should be include the hunger of North Korean people and death of hunger of North Korean people, and that is my suggestion to the United Nations. In 2011 and 2014, because of non-humanitarian act of Chinese government, I was sent back to North Korea, and I was savagely tortured, and I finished my sentence, and I came to Korea 2016, and my name is Ji Myung-hee.
So I learned about many other countries where humanitarian crimes are happening, not only in North Korea but other countries. However, I believe North Korea is the harshest place when it comes to human rights. No one can enjoy the human dignity in North Korea. We have to applaud for the Kim family, even if we do not believe their philosophy. And we are regarded as pigs in North Korea. I think North Korea will be the only country where internet is not allowed. That is why we wanted to be here, in order to tell you about the severity and the harsh situation of the North Korean people. I believe the government of North Korea should and must provide an environment where every person in North Korea can live a dignified life, but we cannot enjoy food and we cannot live a quality life at all. Just for the survival, just for liberty, these defectors wanted to go to Korea. But just because of that, we had to be tortured and we had to be detained in correction camps under severe torture. And these tortures are really not enjoyable. I wanted to die instead of being tortured. But this torture told me that I have no freedom to die before I tell all the other people who joined in the process of my defect to South Korea. So I'd like to urge China to stop their enforced repatriation. Hello, I am Jang Si-yeol. I am North Korean defector too. Through this conference, I realized that at least there's one organization and one conference that pays attention to the human rights of North Korean people. Regarding the resolution of the UN Security Council, North Korea degraded the resolution, saying that it was all made up by North Korean defectors who are the betrayers of North Korea.
북한 정권의 당사자들하고 맞짱 뜰 수 있게 여러분들이 자리를 마련해 주십시오.
Please give us an opportunity. We'd like to combat against the North Korean leaders.
사실들을 가지고 북한 정부를 호되게 적일 것입니다.
We'd like to attack the North Korean government. Hello, I am Jung Bedro from Justice for North Korea. Together with these 6 North Korean defectors and 5 associations in Korea, visited New York in order to participate in the UN General Assembly. And in front of many diplomats from more than 50 member countries, we provided this testimony. And also we conducted many campaigns in New York. And we were able to meet Julie Turner in person. And we decided to cooperate with Julie Turner. So if we report the specific names who were repatriated back to North Korea, then Julie Turner promised us to make efforts to take them back from North Korea. And also we were able to meet congressmen and also senators, 5 senators from the ruling party. And Sammy Smith was one of them. Senator Smith also promised to strengthen their work to protect North Korean people. And also he mentioned that we can exercise the economic relationship as a tool to negotiate over the humanitarian issue regarding North Korea with China. So going forward, I believe this momentum should be maintained not only through this important conference, but also in our daily activities. So next year we have many more opportunities, including Geneva meeting and other conferences scheduled to be held. So NGOs and other research institutes, please pay attention to these activities. Thank you.
네, 가슴 아픈 이야기들 잘 들었습니다. 저희는 그래서 지금부터 한 10분 정도 안에 마무리될 것 같은데요. 1시 25분까지 식사를 마치고 이 자리에서 계속 세미나를 이어가겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Yes, thank you to our speakers for your very convicting stories. And at that time, we'll continue proceeding with lunch, and we will continue until about 1:20, where after which we'll continue with our events. I'm sorry, 1:25. So please eat slowly, and we'll continue again with our next session. Thank you.
네, 점심 식사 맛있게 하셨으니까 잘 드시고 잘 쉬시고 돌아오셨길 바랍니다. 이제부터는 조금 어수선하긴 하지만 그래도 오후 세션을 시작하겠습니다. 오후의 첫 번째 부분인 3부에서는 북한인권과 R2P에 대해서 이야기하게 됩니다. 좌장이신 신각수 전 외교부 차관님께 진행을 부탁드리겠습니다.
Did everyone have a nice lunch break? We hope you enjoyed your meal and had a nice rest. We will now continue with the second panel of today's conference themed R2P and North Korean human rights. This panel will be chaired by former minister of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Dr. Shin Gak-soo. Can we please give him and our participants a warm welcome?
따뜻한 박수로 맞이해 주십시오. 감사합니다.
네, 안녕하십니까.
Good afternoon. I am Shin Gak-soo. I am the chair of the third session. During session 1 and session 2, session 1 was an opening ceremony, and session 2 was about the application of R2P domestically and internationally. And I was not able to participate directly, so I read the materials, and it seems like you had very fruitful presentations in the morning session. Today, I will chair how to chair R2P to North Korean human rights. We were supposed to start the session 3 at 1:20, but we are 15 minutes late. So let's try to keep the time by 2:50 or 2:55 or 3 at the latest. I am here for R2P conference, and I have my own experience that I want to share. When R2P was adopted during World Summit in 2005 under the Kofi Annan, that was the signature legacy of Secretary General Kofi Annan, which is responsibility to protect. And it took about 2 years to open World Summit, and World Summit was achieved with different achievements. And Human Rights Council used to be a commissioner human rights, and it was enhanced to Human Rights Council. That happened in 2005. And after the conflict, we need to restore the society, and PBC, Peace Building Commission, was also established in 2005. And also UN Security Council reformation was also attempted, but the consensus was not made, so that failed. And R2P was also stated with 2 paragraphs in 2005 World Summit, and it was evolved into international principle after that. By that time, the Republic of Korea was very actively supporting the UN reformation. We had correlation of willing, and these small groups shared their values with like-minded members, and this applies to R2P, PVC, and also HRC, Human Rights Council, like-minded group was also established. Korea took the lead in that process. So when you look at the World Summit document, there are Korean contributions in R2P. New Zealand, Mexico were also participating in this process. They were also very actively contributing to the R2P process. And that also contributed heightening the Korea's status in the European region. R2P is very innovative because humanitarian intervention occurred at the end of 19th century. So by that time, advanced countries intervened when there is a conflict in developing countries. So that had hindered the peace arriving to those developing countries. So intervention was abused by advanced countries. So there were also double standards issues. So R2P concept had changed that. Limitation of sovereignty was dealt as the right of the humanitarian intervention, but R2P starts from responsibility to protect, and that shifts to international society. So at the end, when there is a state that has no will or has no capability to protect themselves, then R2P can approve the intervention. I think this was explained during the morning sessions, and that is R2P. Judge Park also mentioned this in his presentation. UN can adopt sanction, or UN adopted sanction, and UN also intervened. And it is now crystallized as one of the international principles, and that is our concern. So in that context, today we are here to deal with very specific, unique cases, because most R2Ps are about genocide, war crime, ethnic cleansing, or crime against humanity. But R2P against human rights are not that common. So here we are here to discuss about human rights in North Korea. And if we are really serious with this approach, we can not just resolve the issues in the North Korea, but also we can contribute to the other developments around the world. So in the third session, we will take a look from that perspective. And there will be 2 presenters and 2 panelists for discussions. I will briefly introduce the presentation material. James Heenan, representative of OHCHR Seoul, will give a first presentation. Mr. Heenan has performed various activities, not just in Korea, but also around the world with international society. And the second presenter is Professor Jo Jung-hyun from HUFS School of Law. Professor Cho there used to be a international law center in the National Diplomatic Academy, and Professor Cho and I jointly worked in that center, and he is one of the renowned professor in international law field. And also we have discussants Judge Park Sun-gi. Judge Park Sun-gi is renowned figure in the international field, and he also have done work in Rwanda, and also in Ministry of Defense. He worked as the advisor. So in terms of international criminal law, he is one of the representative Korean figure. Lastly, we have Commissioner Lee Han-byul at the National Human Rights Commission of Korea. Ms. Lee Han-byul is from North Korea, and she is the first commissioner at the National Human Rights Commission of Korea, and we are Facebook friends, so I can see her active accomplishments with her Facebook wall page, and I look forward to see her for her activities in the future. So I will give 20 minutes for presentations and 10 minutes for discussions. So let's hear the presentations and discussions. And after that, I will ask additional questions to presenter and discussant, and then we will receive questions from the floor. So the first presenter, Mr. James Heenan, representative of OHCHR Seoul, will give a presentation.
I'm happy here. Yep, great, thank you. 안녕하세요. Hello, everyone. Thank you to PS Score for the invite. I'm very honored to be here. To Ambassador Shin and my colleagues on the podium here. I was asked to talk about, in the context of R2P, about the human rights situation in DPRK. When I was asked, I have to say I felt more frustration. The Secretary General said this morning that he'd never used the word frustration when he was in the UN. I'm in the UN and I'm using the word frustration because it feels like the concept of R2P could be applied to so many places in the world today, but that debate is not happening. So I'm very happy that it's happening here in respect of DPRK. It's not that nothing is happening. Yesterday in the United States, the Center for Constitutional Rights filed a suit against the federal government saying that it had not done enough to prevent possible genocide in Gaza, along with a statement from Bill Shabus, who many people know, who concluded that there is a serious risk of genocide. So let's see, at least that suit, that lawsuit, puts member states' responsibility in the face of mass atrocity crimes to do something, or at least consider their position. When we talk about DPRK, let's see if this works. Okay. We are talking about a human rights situation, but also an international criminal law situation. I'm not sure that's the same slide I have in English in front of me. When we have to differentiate the two. We have obviously human rights law brings state responsibility and criminal law brings individual responsibility. The threshold of both is different. One is beyond reasonable doubt, one is on the balance of probabilities, as we say in English. It is the correct one, yes. Yes. And then there's the issue of international responsibilities. And this is where the key is. This is where responsibility to protect is so important, because it really introduces this idea of responsibility of the international community and others, including the UN, to act in the face of these crimes. Under international human rights law, we do have some responsibilities to act between member states, in the sense that human rights law is about essentially a contract at one level between states. We will agree to respect these rights, and if you agree to respect them as well. But when we come to DPRK, as I said, we have a mix of both. DPRK was largely ignored in terms of human rights and criminal law for a very long time, and as has been said, the Commission of Inquiry really formed that aha moment, that, as the French say, that déclic, when all of a sudden people were like, of course, this is not just about peace and security, this is about human rights as well. After that, the UN took some action on human rights and DPRK, and I've put some of the things up there on the screen. Essentially, the UN and member states through the UN, because these are all decisions of member states, deployed in many ways the standard response to a situation where there are serious human rights violations. A special rapporteur, a commission of inquiry, our office was set up here, we had a group of experts, so forth and so on. But the situation hasn't really changed much, and that's what I was asked to talk about here today. What's happened since the Commission of Inquiry in DPRK? Just a little bit of background, as many of you know. The Commission of Inquiry concluded that crimes against humanity are likely occurring in DPRK, and that was 10 years ago. Now, a crime against humanity, I've put it up there on the screen, it requires those three elements: so widespread or systematic attack directed against a civilian population, and that there was knowledge that it was happening, and that a number of specific crimes would have happened: murder, extermination, enslavement, and so forth. And what the COI found was that this was happening in DPRK against three groups of people. As you know, we need to be looking at groups of people. That's what makes them mass atrocity crimes. These crimes of murder, enslavement, and so forth were being carried out against anyone considered to be a threat to the political system and the leadership of the North. That there was also a basis to say it was carried out against the entire population in respect of starvation, and that was also carried out against nationals of other countries who were subjected to enforced disappearance. And there we're talking, I'll get to this later, about maybe 200,000 people forcibly disappeared, the vast majority of them coming from this country, from the Republic of Korea, but also from other countries, most noticeably Japan. So the Commission of Inquiry found that these three groups of people were being targeted for a widespread and systematic attack for these crimes. As I've mentioned, murder and extermination through starvation, enslavement, I'll come back to in a minute, particularly through forced labour, deportation of entire families based on their guilt, torture, rape and sexual slavery and other forms of sexual violence, and forced disappearance and persecution on the prohibited grounds, particularly, for example, on the basis of Songbun, which most people here will know is the state-assigned class system. So what's happened since the COI? The COI reported in 2014, And then since then, we've had essentially 10 years of the new leadership of Chairman Kim Jong-un. The period includes at least 4, probably 5 years of COVID closures, which have dramatically changed not just the situation in DPRK, but our ability to monitor it, because almost no one is coming out or going in. It's opening up a little bit now. And that the result is, in terms of the work that our office does, is that there have been very small changes, but overall the situation is as it occurred to the Commission of Inquiry 10 years ago. And the High Commissioner has said as much to the Security Council in August this year, saying human suffering of such a scale and magnitude engenders instability internally and has wider implications. We have had reports of some improvements, tiny improvements. We understand that there's fewer executions. We understand that there are certainly fewer public executions. We understand that the sort of treatment, ill treatment, at times rising to the level of torture, which is meted out or handed to people, particularly people being repatriated, has been reduced. The sort of demeaning, gendered searches that happen of women have been reduced. We know that because we have a number of people who tell us that they've been repatriated twice to DPRK, and the second time they went back, not only did they not get the same treatment, but they were told, we're not doing this because of international concern. Now, I don't want to overstate these small positive things, because overall the situation has gone backwards, and in terms of COVID, it has certainly gone backwards. I was asked to talk about specific human rights concerns in 20 minutes. I won't get through everything. I just want to highlight a few things. The first is about freedom of movement. The permit system remains. You cannot travel around the country, as we know, and it's not just the fact that you can't travel, it's the impact of this on your other rights, your rights to get work, your rights to get health care, your rights to have a family life, to have a private life, by not being able to move. We even had a report 2 days ago, unverified, of a fence being built around Pyongyang. Arbitrary deprivation of life continues. As I said, the sense is that executions are reducing, particularly public executions, but avoidable deaths in prison camps, in any form of detention, and also in terms of lack of access to health or food, continues. Widespread, long-standing allegations of ill treatment and torture by state officials, both in detention and outside detention. Many people who we interview, most I would say, recount some form of ill treatment rising to the level of torture, and many have physical marks of ill treatment and torture. These long-standing reports are important for the issue of repatriation, because from other countries, for example, the People's Republic of China, they say we have a non-refoulement obligation in terms of torture, but there's no evidence of real risk of widespread torture. So that's why there's a very strong debate on that at the moment. The right to health. We've seen the right to health constrained in many ways. Part of it is because of a lack of access to health medicines and equipment, but also there's been some developments. We've had a law that now makes it a crime to hold medicine as a private person. Now, that is the case in some countries, many countries, but in DPRK, it was a way for families to be ready for an emergency. When the children would get sick, they wouldn't be able to get health care immediately. They would always keep some medicines in the cupboard, and that has now been criminalised. Right to food, reports of starvation, they have probably passed. It's still not a great situation. There's an issue of the distribution system that requires international assistance, we think, to get the distribution system of food more effective. But there is also a discrimination issue, clearly in terms of those in political prison camps not getting food, but also those in the remote areas of the country, because the people who live in the remote areas of the country are generally being sent there because for punishment, yeah? Either because they are a lower Songbun class or because they have done something wrong. And forced disappearance, I've mentioned the 200,000 people we're talking about include POWs from here, ROK, civilians taken during the war, civilians taken after the war, and foreign nationals. And we have a number, I see a number of victims' family representatives here today. I wanted to spend a bit of time on forced labour, if I may, just to round off. Forced labour is a very, very interesting, terrible but interesting phenomenon. We have a lot of law on forced labour. One of the earliest human rights conventions were about slavery and forced labour. Everyone has the human right to work, but they have to be able to do it through freely chosen and accepted work. And this is under the ICCPR, the Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, that North Korea has, and South Korea, have ratified. DPRK is not a member of the International Labour Organization, which is a little strange, but the International Labour Organization's conventions on torture and slavery, forced labour and slavery are authoritative, meaning they give a strong view of what is acceptable and what is not. What's interesting from the R2P perspective is, of course, that this is also not just a human rights violation, but it can become the crime of enslavement when it gets to the point of slavery. Now, I'm not saying that slavery is widespread. I'm not saying that in DPRK, but it's an analysis that needs to be taken in specific cases. Now, there's a few, I'll just round off on this, there's a few different types of forced labour that I'd draw attention to. One is labour in detention. Detainees in DPRK provide a very large source of forced labour, which helps keep the economy moving forward. And when you apply the standard minimum rules on the treatment of prisoners and other standards to this work, it certainly looks like forced labour. The rules state that prisoners shall have the opportunity to work or actively participate in their rehabilitation. Now, in fact, member states parties are under an obligation to offer detainees, convicted detainees work, but it has to be work that is freely chosen and is normally required for detention. So that means that people can, clean the kitchens in the prison or cook the food or whatever. Or work that goes towards social rehabilitation, learn a new skill, learn how to repair motorbikes and so forth. That is not what we're seeing in DPRK. We're seeing very difficult construction work, agricultural work, building work. We also see very dire conditions of people, and we know from the jurisprudence of the Yugoslav tribunals that where the conditions, in fact I can read it, it says the appeal chamber held that severely overcrowded conditions, deplorable sanitation, insufficient food, locked doors, frequent beatings, psychological abuse and brutal living conditions render it impossible for detainees to consent to work. We also have the compulsory state allocated employment where the state gives you a job. Again, that raises issues because one of the key determinants of forced labour is can you leave your job? Can you resign from your job? Can you say no? And in this case, there is no choice. It also dictates where you live in the country. Military conscription also needs to be considered. Conscripts around the world all do work, but it has to be linked to their military function, unless it's something like helping out when there are floods or an earthquake or a hurricane. But in DPRK, we see regularly military conscripts used to do essentially, again, agricultural, construction or mining work. We have specific things in DPRK like shock brigades, which are these essentially revolutionary groups to go out and help build the country. They exhibit features of forced labour, as do general work mobilisations in the community. The final thing I'll say is overseas labour, which is where we're getting a lot now. DPRK has labour migration programs where it sends workers abroad. These have been essentially prohibited since 2017 under Security Council resolutions, sanctions. But with the COVID closures, many of these people are stuck outside the country and continue to work. they work long hours, 1 day off a month. The compensation, 80% of their compensation goes to the state. They're closely supervised. They don't have the health and safety protections that they require. And that's an area where I think if we're going to focus on anything at the moment, it should be on the situation of these overseas workers in particular. With that, I'll say thank you very much.
감사합니다.
Thank you. Mr. Heenan discussed about specific situation of North Korea.
거의 북한이 이제
And during COVID-19, North Korea voluntarily isolated itself, and recently that isolation had been alleviated, and how human rights are violated in different sectors, and how it violates crimes against humanity of International Criminal Court.
우리 조 교수님께 발표를 부탁드리겠습니다.
Now, please proceed, Professor Cho. Hello, I am Cho Jung-hyun from Hof's School of Law. I will speak in Korean. There are people from the UN, and you said that the current situation is very frustrated. And actually, as a person who is teaching international law, when I explained about the authority norm, I sometimes feel frustrated, but I tell my students that crisis can be an opportunity. And I tell my students to study hard to make it better. So in that respect, thanks to crisis in the Myanmar, the Ukraine war, Hamas-Israel conflict, is making very difficult to reform UNSC. And along with UN R2P, we can think about North Korean human rights, and thank you for giving us this opportunity. And with your interest and with your attention, we can collect wisdom and we can make this another opportunity for the future. Because of the time limitation, I will skip some of my slides. This is International Law 101. And there are some states and there are some that are not states. So when we watch World Cup soccer, or when we see it, we can see England, United Kingdom, and Great Britain in a separate, as a separate thing. There are, of course, exceptions. How we deal with the aliens, and international law had dealt with treatment of aliens, and also how to protect civilians, how to protect the injured. Those were all dealt in international law, and like the international law, those applied to international norm. So what about individual? If there is a possibility of a violation of sovereignty, then how do we deal with that? Like it said, exclusive jurisdiction is applied after World War II when we experienced Holocaust. So that issue cannot no longer be a domestic issue. So that is the reason why it had expanded to international issue. So when we say violence at home, domestic violence, and domestic applied to my country. So domestic is no longer a family issue. If you violate law against your family member, you will be punished. So this also is aligned with domestic law and international law. And this had been expressed in two ways. There was an approach from criminal law. So we call this crime against humanity. This international criminal law, international crime against humanity, was adopted. And this was also acknowledged, and it was used in the court. And now it is evolved into 1998 Rome Statute, and there is also international human rights law. So there's Human Rights Council and charter-based mechanisms, and there are different treaties that are related to human rights, and they all have monitoring bodies, and they're all treaty-based mechanisms. So with the international law that is punishing the international criminal, international community did not concern with the international criminal, but in terms of universal humanity value, we need to provide support. So there are two approaches. And there's also IHL, international humanitarian law. So this only applies when there's a war. So civil war is included now. It was excluded in the past, but now civil wars are also included. So human rights, criminal law, and civil war is also included. And internationally, genocide was an issue, but crime against humanity was also an issue. So more than 2 countries can participate in one war. So this domestic issue can be expanded to international issue. So it can have the effect of prevention, but when there is a massive violation of human rights, there are some criticism that of lack of response, and humanitarian intervention should be expanded more than that. Starting from Kofi Annan, Secretary General, and to Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, we are still discussing R2P. And this was discussed starting from 20th century. Let's move on to North Korea human rights. Starting from 1997, 1998, this was started, and Human Rights Council had started to discuss about this issue, and then they adopted, and the number of approving states increased, and the number of disapproving states decreased. So since 2012, by consensus, every state members had agreed, and then it was adopted. And in March 2013, COI, Commission of Inquiry on NKHRs, established by UN. But what is funny is it was exceptional without armed conflict situation, but it was very rare for COI in North Korean issue. But there's no armed conflict in North Korean human rights. It is very stable. So they have this chronic human rights issue, but COI was very exceptional for a North Korean case. So like the OHCHR mentioned, they are mandated as the international criminal punishment. So specifically, crimes against humanity should be eradicated with this purpose. And there are 9 patterns that is related to UN North Korean human rights, and that includes political prison camps and public execution. And this is the conclusion. The special reporter had made this 9 patterns, and all these 9 patterns was acknowledged as the human right violation. And this is the result of analysis of COI. And also commission of crimes against humanity. So we are not able to make any results because this is not a trial, but it is said that it is reasonable possible. So specifically, political prison camps, ordinary prisons, religious believers, and North Korean escapees. These are all included as the first category, and starving population has political link in between. So they call this a crime against humanity, and also international abductions and enforced disappearances. In these 3 categories, crimes against humanity is likely to be existing. And of course, crime against humanity is included in R2P, so we recommended to refer the situation to the ICC by the UN Security Council. And this is very criminologic approach because for the last 10 years, there were normal approach, which is trying to talk to North Korean government, but there was no accomplishment. But this is very strict approach. And now we had made this transition, and finally in 2013 and 2014, we had finally made a progress. So human rights law analysis and criminal law process was applied, but also prevention, responsibility to protect was also applied. So we stated manifest failure of the first pillar. You have to know about the first pillar. So if the first pillar is manifestly failed, then COI make conclusion that it is time to start the third pillar, because the first pillar was manifestly failed. We still have first pillar and second pillar, but we make interpretation that first pillar's failure can move to the third pillar initiation. So I will move to the transitional phase. It's been 10 years. There were some developments and there were other frustrations, but basically UN Human Rights Council include resolution and recommendation every year, and during autumn time, the plenary session resolution is adopted in December, but this recommendation was made to Security Council. So General Assembly recommended to Security Council. Then Security Council make a vote and then adopt the principle. So Korea and the U.S. is now negotiating with the North Korea, and now it is officially adopted as the official agenda. So North Korean human rights issue had been dealt as non-official agenda for a few years, but now it's back as the official agenda. And we also have OHCHR Seoul office. And with the recommendation of COI, it is finally opened in Seoul. And there was also additional agendas, which are North Korean overseas workers issue. So these issues were also raised at the end, and UN Security Council do not see this as human rights issue. Of course, the U.S. assumed this as a human rights issue, but the UN is using this as a tool to block any kind of money-making process. But this is also related to human rights issue. But UN is making approach with the WMD in the context of WMD. So there used to be a veto power, so there wasn't any results, but blocked by UN Security Council in the context of WMD. This is not for human rights, but there was also US domestic laws on North Korean human rights, which is targeted sanctions. There was a Sony hacking incident. North Korean Sanction Act was enacted. So the asset freeze and travel ban was also applied, and that includes Kim Jong-un and Kim Yo-jong, the sister of Kim Jong-un. So with that patterns, the EU and the UK is also applying the similar North Korean sanctions, like the US and the European countries. Korea also enacted North Korean sanctions, but it is not clearly implemented. So there can be specific criminal court. And since North Korea is the non-party state of the ICC Rome Statute, so it is very difficult to veto. ICC is under the jurisdiction of, and some of genocide is acknowledged, but COI do not acknowledge this as genocide, but I think it is partially right. And also ad hoc, I don't think if ICC is established, this has low chance. There's also a hybrid or domestic courts. So in this case, North Korea should agree with this. So we may consider this after unification. And about universal jurisdiction, what we need to think is the supreme leader should be asked for responsibility, but legally, they have sovereign immunity. So it is impossible to punish the top leader of a certain state from the third country. So ultimately, we have different methods. Myanmar, Ukraine, Palestine, they also had very huge difficulties with applying this R2P, but so we have to consider how we can apply this in North Korean cases. And it is very important that their crime was acknowledged as crime against humanity, and we are very much good at utilizing the R2P, and we can utilize this to protect the North Korea defectors And I hope we can utilize this to improve North Korean human rights. And this is not a thing that we need to discuss domestically. We have to deal with this internationally. And we have to study how we can utilize this. And lastly, about the RTP third pillar, there's not just a coercive measure, and this should be implemented at the same time. I'm not saying the second pillar and first pillar had disappeared. The first pillar and second pillar still exist, so we have to implement this at the same time. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Cho, for your presentation. You've mentioned about international criminal law and R2P. You have made some comprehensive approach to North Korean human rights issue. Now we have Judge Park Sung-gi for the discussion.
Thank you for your presentations, Mr. James Heenan and Professor Cho Jung-hyun. I think it was a great opportunity for everyone here to understand the recent trends. And also, I was able to understand the legal framework over the international crime law in the context of North Korean human rights issues. So I'd like to share my thoughts based on the material I shared with you through the program book.
Formal acceptance, but widespread usage, it can become part of customary international law. 그래서 이 R2P가 국제법적으로 거의 customary.
So almost compulsory position as international law will be provided to R2P. So it is clearly saying that all the wrongdoings of the North Korean regime is subject to R2P. So please take a look at the program book. It specifies that these unspeakable atrocities against its own people amounts to crimes against humanity, including execution, enslavement, starvation, and etc.
By Nazi Germany in World War II, 굉장히 강한 표현을 썼습니다.
Especially if you take a look at page number 109, it has something to do with the enforced repatriation of the North Korean defects to North Korea.
Many of them are female victims of trafficking. 그래서 국제사회는
So the international society needs to pay attention to these female North Korean defectors. Even after they defect North Korea, in most cases they are forcefully repatriated to North Korea and become almost sex slaves. So international society need to pay attention to these issues. And also now on page number 111, so according to Victor Char from the former and he mentions that
제가 오늘 그 토론자로 주로 포커스를 한 것은
so as a discussant, So, previous presenters focused on the meaning and definition and context of R2P. But it's been almost 10 years since the publication of COI report. But there hasn't been substantial change in the situation of human rights in North Korea. So today, taking this opportunity, I'd like to think about possible measures to apply R2P on North Korean human rights situation. So the number one goal, the number one pillar of R2P would be the accountability of those who are responsible for such atrocities. I actually participated in some rulings against these atrocities at the International Criminal Court. So the punishment should be not only be given to the perpetrator, the end perpetrator, but also the most responsible persons who abetted the atrocity in the first place. So today, these North Korean defectors working in Korea and also the OHCHR Seoul office, I believe, are collecting evidences of the North Korean atrocities. But these evidences should be focused on the most responsible persons of such atrocities. So when you collect such evidence, we need to understand the hierarchy behind such evidence. Then one day we will be able to hold them responsible one day. Next week in the Ministry of Reunification, I will have a lecture about the ways to collect more effective evidence for the atrocities of North Korea. And for the last 20 years, ICC and its partners have created many JCCs. So based on our various types of offenses, we need to clarify joint principal offenders altogether. So we need to capture the plan on which such atrocities were conducted. So basically, we need to have more big picture evidence. Only then, and only with such evidence, we will be able to hold most responsible persons accountable in the future when we bring them into justice. So after all, at the court, we need to be able to identify clear evidence and demonstrate such evidence. But I'm afraid it's not easy to collect that kind of evidence. And also, second of all, I think this has something to do with this very event. So together with UN ambassador and specialist in North Korean human rights issues and activist, we should raise the awareness of the general public in terms of the human rights issues in North Korea, so that the international society as a whole can pay attention to the issue too. And I think one day this conference will be able to publish its own declaration in terms of the North Korea's human rights issue. I'm afraid only Asia lacks a human rights dedicated commission. I think R2P R2P dedicated organization should be established in order to monitor the human rights issues on a regular basis. And on page number 115, I think international MOCO would be a great idea too. As Professor Zhou mentioned earlier, the international criminal law is important. However, civil complaints or civil lawsuit against North Korean regime can be meaningful as well. So Judge Park mentioned about the very practical method to apply R2P to the human rights issues in North Korea, such as mock court idea or R2P international conference to be held, where this issue can be discussed and also get international attention in order to create momentum to address this issue. I think all of these suggestions were meaningful. Lastly, let me introduce last discussant 이한별.
네, 안녕하세요. 국가인권위원회 인권위원으로 활동하고 있고 또
Good afternoon.
죄송합니다. 네, 이한별 수장입니다.
Good afternoon. I am Commissioner Lee Han-byul. Today, it is an honor to be with many prominent figures in international human rights, including former UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, who has contributed greatly to promoting the R2P principle to the international community. I would especially like to thank the Ministry of Unification and North Korean Human Rights Corporation for organizing this event, and I would like to thank President Kim Tae-hoon, who has always taken the lead in protecting and improving North Korean human rights and the human rights of North Korean defectors. The topic of discussion I am in charge of today is Professor Cho Jung-hyun's North Korean Human Rights International Law, UN COI, and R2P. The presenter well summarized the international community's efforts to improve crime against humanity, focusing on the United Nations and the International Covenant on Human Rights after World War II. And also, it summarizes how international community has responded to crimes against humanity until this year, which marks the 10th anniversary of the establishment of the UN Commission of Inquiry on Human Rights in North Korea. And also, the mixed and hybrid international court can be understood here. In addition, the professor assessed the possibility of the International Criminal Trial through the UN, including the UN Security Council and General Assembly for a serious North Korean human rights issue, and sought ways to implement COI recommendations from other international communities. The UN Commission of Inquiry on Human Rights in North Korea, established by the 22nd UN Human Rights Council in March 2013, released a report concluding 1 year of activities to the 25th UN Human Rights Council in February 2014. And COI clearly stated that various human rights violations in North Korea constitute crimes against humanity under international criminal law. It was recommended that these crimes against humanity are crimes subject to the jurisdiction of the International Criminal Court in connection with the concept of responsibility to protect, and should be referred to the UN Security Council or handled by the International Special Tribunal. So it was recorded that the issues of punishment and prosecution of North Korean human rights in the COI recommendation is connected to transitional justice. However, in the case of ICC, the Rome Statute came into effect on July 1st, 2002, so in case of North Korean human rights, it has no temporal jurisdiction over incidents that occurred before this period, and the fact that North Korea has not joined the Rome Statute has been a difficult problem. In case where North Korea is party that not joined ICC's Rome Statute, the Darfur crisis in Sudan and Libya crisis, where jurisdiction was established through the UN Security Council, were cited as examples. And it also emphasized the alternative role of the UN General Assembly. For example, establishment of ad hoc international tribunals, such as cases of former Yugoslavia and Rwanda, was considered. The ad hoc tribunal has the advantage of not having the same time constraints as the ICC. However, this case has limitations in that it may require a great deal of time, domestic and international effort, and finances. As an exception, in the case of Cambodia, there is a case where the tribunal was established through a bilateral agreement with the United Nations, with the UN General Assembly playing a certain role in establishing the tribunal after securing the request. However, even in these cases, since it is not easy to carry out related activities due to the restraints of China and Russia, permanent member of Security Council, when it comes to accountability for North Korean human rights, questions are raised. The biggest challenge in punishing those responsible for human rights in North Korea, which is a task for improving human rights in North Korea, is North Korea's attitude. At the same time, the international enforcement mechanism for prosecuting North Korean criminals against humanity remains limited. Therefore, there is a need to reflect on what limitations the international community and civil society have faced over the past 10 years and how they reached this point. Nevertheless, as the international community, including the UN and domestic and foreign NGOs, has recently paid attention to the severity of the North Korean human rights problem, and voices of concern are growing, the international community must organically work together using the R2P principle. In this situation, with the presenter's material, I would like to point out some of the limitations, and I will also want to ask questions. The first is, when establishing International Criminal Court, you don't need the approval from the country that is related, because UN Security Council's role is very important, because this cannot go beyond the veto of China and Russia. And in a situation where prosecution of North Korean crimes against humanity through the International Criminal Court cannot overcome the veto power of China and Russia, permanent members of UN Security Council, what efforts are needed to establish an ad hoc or hybrid tribunal? And is there any way to prosecute the North Korean official? And all article of the Constitution of the Republic of Korea states all citizens have dignity and value as human beings and basic human rights, which is based on the UN Charter and international norms. Even though the North Korea is not a party to the Rome Statute, the Republic of Korea is a state that has joined the Rome Statute, so there is a way to file a lawsuit against North Korea's crime against humanity against North Korea for the forced disappearance of North Korean defectors who were forcibly repatriated from the North Korea-China border after 2002. And I would like to know about this. And lastly, in order to make North Korea's human rights issue more visible to the international community and encourage the participation of the international community, including the UN and domestic and international NGOs, interest and support from the public, including the government of Republic of Korea, are very much necessary. Currently, the North Korean Human Rights Foundation, which is supposed to be implemented in accordance with the enforcement of the North Korean Human Rights Act, is not operational after 7 years of enactment due to National Assembly's delay in recommendation. I also hope that today's R2P International Conference on North Korean human rights can be regularly held every 2 years, like in Slovenia, where the president directly participates. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you. Commissioner Lee Han-byul, thank you for your opinion. I think it all ends at this story. Ultimately, Korean society, Korean government, and the state has the less ownership with the North Korean human rights issue. So I think that's what Professor Cho had mentioned.
So as a moderator, I'd like to ask one question to each presenters and then open up the floor for further questions. So my first question goes to Mr. Heenan. So the biggest issue for us would be the North Korean defectors residing in Korea. So I believe 100 of North Korean defectors are living in China under the persecution of China, and most of them were repatriated to North Korea. And a few days ago, the opposition party in Korea decided to adopt a resolution, but because it was not helpful to the work of UNHCR, it was cancelled. So my question is that regarding this repatriation of North Korean defectors, there hasn't been any announcement or public comment over this issue by international organization at all. So only some unofficial international community has mentioned this issue. So we lack of official criticism over China, which repeatedly violates International Human Rights Act. So within the UN system, can we expect some changes in such a trend? And also, next year, UNHCR office will publish their official report. And I'd like to know if this report will specify this human rights issue in North Korea, of course. And to Professor Cho, I'd like to ask about the ownership. So President Yoon is visiting, state visiting the United Kingdom. If you take a look at the joint declaration, on a broad manner, it mentions North Korea's human rights issue, but it doesn't mention enforced repatriation at all, or the abductees to North Korea at all. And also regarding the Uyghur human rights issue, I remember that the government of Korea agreed to the resolution at Geneva, but still, again, this year too, the government of Korea decided to stay out of the resolution. So I'd like to ask for your opinion on this matter, especially the future direction of the government of Korea regarding this matter. And in addition to these two questions to respective presenters, I believe we have one question from discussant Lee Han-byul. So please answer to these questions.
Thank you very much, and thanks to presenters and discussants for very interesting presentations. As I mentioned in my presentation, the situation of North Koreans outside of North Korea, be they in China or Russia or Africa, of key concern to the UN. The High Commissioner on the 17th of August made it very clear in respect of particularly those in China, but those beyond, that the non-refoulement obligation applies, and that those individuals are at, I'm trying to remember the exact words he said, they are in undeniable need of international protection. So international protection means absolutely not to be sent back to a real risk of torture and other serious violations, but also to make sure that while they are in those other countries, they are given the humanitarian needs are addressed, and particularly for women and children. And I say particularly for women and children because many of the people who are outside the country and who are stuck outside the country are women and children, and a number of them we know have been trafficked. The Special Rapporteur, and not just the Special Rapporteur, but a group of Special Rapporteurs, 7 of them, made it very clear that the apparent repatriation of about, we understand, maybe 501 individuals went against this principle of non-refoulement, and it also urged the People's Republic of China, but also other countries where many people are stuck, to comply with their obligations and to give these individuals immediate international protection. I don't know about the domestic resolution, but this is an issue that requires an approach of both advocacy and engagement. And the United Nations is an organization of member states, as Ambassador Shin knows very well, that we are a member state organization, we're not an NGO. And we engage with our member states, and we have engaged with all the relevant member states on this issue, as I see, and in a similar way, I see, as has the Republic of Korea. Our reports, we produce a number of reports each year that look at specific that that our mandate is to report on the human rights situation in DPRK. We have a report coming out soon on forced labour, which, as I said in my presentation, I think is one of the key issues at the moment, particularly overseas forced labour, because it affects many thousands of people. Thank you.
So there are all the difficult questions to answer. It would be nice if I can answer your questions, but you have given me some thoughts to think. Basically, international punishment, criminal punishment is not the best case. So we also need to think about R2P, but not it as alone. R2P application for North Korean human rights issue. This cannot be changed if China or Russia changes their mind. So ICTY, ICTR, those were adopted through UNSC resolution. That ad hoc tribunal has no possibility at all currently. Then there's hybrid court. There are some hybrid that's been engaged with UN General Assembly. There are many that needs consent from the territory state. So we need the consent from the North Korea. So after unification, we skip ICC or domestic trial, and we can borrow the expertise, which can be objective. So hybrid can be considered as one of the options, and I don't think that has any possibility for realization. And criminal action, civil action can be implemented, but in Korea, constitution is here, so we don't need universal jurisdiction. So we have territorial jurisdiction and personal jurisdiction, and state immunity cannot be applied. And universal jurisdiction, ICC Implementation Act, was also enacted by the National Assembly, and we have all we need is the criminal in our hands, and if we have universal jurisdiction in our law and regulation. It had never been applied, but you need that person in Korea. It cannot be applied to the person who is outside of Korea. In Belgium, they did not abolish universal jurisdiction. They amended universal jurisdiction. Because when it was applied to the incumbent foreign ministry, it was not applied. But if you have lived more than 3 years in Belgium, universal jurisdiction can be applied now with the amendment. This was issued because the prosecution warrant was applied to the person who is not in that country. So there was some amendment and some additional items were included. But in Korea, the law and regulation was alleviated, and I was very radical, but theoretically, universal jurisdiction can be applied. So we don't have to go somewhere to arrest someone who is North Korean. With the territorial jurisdiction and personal jurisdiction, there are some issues that we need to consider there. But for North Korean defector, when China makes crimes against humanity, they are not the country that is concerned. Of course, it is very difficult, but if we can make criticism, with the content itself. Political prisoner can be punished, but sending North Korean people back to North Korea is crime against humanity. And COI report made a conclusion that this is a crime against humanity. So this crime is done by North Korea, but China also helped. In terms of the content, there are reasons to criticize, but how we can realize procedurally, it is very difficult. So how can we do that? We cannot just not do anything. We have to let people know about this issue. We have to make criticism. We have to persuade, if we have to, with different actors, with different aspects. In that case, Korea's human rights law and OHCR Seoul office, they have their activities, so we need to come up with a database. This database will be utilized for criminal action, but also for additional actions. This database establishment had been started with NGOs and government and UN. So we have to utilize what we have accumulated so far, not just for today, but for the future. So it is. I'm saying this is meaningful. Since we don't have enough time, I think Professor Cho needs additional 10 minutes if he wants to answer my question. So let's omit that. Let's receive questions from the floor, just from two. If you have any question, please raise your hands. And please be simple when you ask your question. And before you ask your question, please don't forget to introduce yourself. Vice Minister Shin, you were so good with the chair, and it was so good to hear, and so good answers. And I want to ask my question, which is related to Vice Minister's question. And we heard
August 9, the 600 unprecedented, 전례 없이 600명이나 되는 사람들이 북송이 됐고, 그 중에
and among them
pictures, 그분들이 그 희생자들입니다. 북송된 분들입니다. 그래서 제가 정말 이번 다음과 차근차근 진행되고 있는.
So this. So for 19 years consecutively, third country had passed its resolution, and this did not specify China, which is responsible. They did not specify China. So we went to the United Nations with the witnesses, and then we asked them for the channel. And they said that the moment they tell us the channel, it will be very difficult for us to make consensus. So I asked, is making consensus important? We have to let people know about the channel. That was the thing that I want to know. So next year, March, there will be Human Rights Council. there will be more NGOs which will be visiting, and in that case, we want to ask who's responsible for forced repatriation, and also afraid to tell who is responsible. It can be deviated, it can be risky, but it's worth a try. So I want to ask my question to one of the panelists. Thank you. That was very meaningful question. Let's get one more question.
As I mentioned earlier, I was repatriated 4 times. And actually, this was mentioned by Mr. Kim Tae-hyun and other activists earlier. So my first defect was back in 1970s. And I was at that time imprisoned in Domun prison in China. At that time, this prison camp was so small. I think James Heenan should understand this experience. I'd like to share my experience with you. And then, since 1998, large-scale defect started from from North Korea. And at that time, I tried to defect North Korea once again. So against this backdrop, China expanded their prison camp for these North Korean defectors. So back in 1970s, the scale of prison camp for North Korean defectors was small, but in 1998, they started to massively increase the size of this prison camp. I am sorry, we do not have much time. Will you please briefly ask your question? So, no change was made in terms of the human rights for these North Korean defectors, especially regarding China. And also, these detention camps for these repatriated people were located in Hamgyeong-bukdo province in North Korea for female inmates. And one of the detention camps were accused of physical testing against these inmates. So the rumor says it that these repatriated defectors became subject to physical body experiment. So I just wanted to share my experience. So what you're trying to say here is that the human rights situation for North Korean defectors has remained unchanged for the last 2 decades, right? So I'd like to take another question from the floor. One simple question. North Korean human rights issue has been all-time study area for me too. I think it has to be first addressed by the North Koreans. North Koreans should recognize the severity of this human rights issue first. So I'd like to propose one thing. Every year, UNHSC adopts resolutions regarding North Korean human rights issue, and this will be addressed in General Assembly in Geneva. So when this UNHSC addresses this resolution for North Korean issues, I'd like to propose to encourage the North Korean schools to notify the Human Rights Declaration by UNHSC in North Korean schools. So by any chance, can OHCHR Seoul make such proposal to the Human Rights Commission so that this can be addressed throughout the General Assembly? Interesting idea. So technically we have two questions. I think the second question would be placed on Mr. James Heenan. So regarding the first question, who would answer? I'm afraid I'm not in the position to answer to this the first question. So I'm a moderator. I don't think I am in the position to answer to a question either. What about Professor Cho?
We have ambassador, and we are very much paying our effort. And North Korean human rights, is a very special thing that we need to protect. And there are some limitations because even the third party asked for the human rights for North Korean people, it is not accepted fully. So that's the reason why we are having these kinds of international conference together. So I don't think it will be persuasive if I mention North Korea, Uyghur, Tibet, Myanmar, Hong Kong. They should be aligned for the human rights issue that we want to mention and improve. And current government is also mentioning the North Korean human rights issue, and they are name-shaming North Korea with this matter. So during President Kim Dae-jung's administration, we have played a big role in Myanmar's human rights improvement. So maybe we can apply this like that situation. So in that case, I cannot say on behalf of the UN, but from the Korean perspective, maybe we can stick to the principle and the foundation. And if we make improvement in there, we can make synergy effect.
The last question. I mean, the previous question is for member states. Its resolutions are adopted by member states, and the Republic of Korea is a member state. I think it's a great idea. One of the things we talk about is how to increase the knowledge of North Koreans of their human rights, and there's many ways in which we can do that. But in this year of the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration, I think it's a great idea, and I'll take that on board. Absolutely. 감사합니다.
예, 시간을 조금 넘긴 것 같습니다. 이번 세션에
I think we have little delay. R2P concept, and especially human rights concept as one of Korean. We have discussed about this issue very broadly. There were some criticism that R2P is losing its grip, but it is not. It's because R2P principle is wrong. It is because we are now facing post-Cold War era, and international society is fragmented. China and the US is in a conflict, and the system itself the United States has lost this momentum for multilateralism. But that doesn't mean that R2P concept will not be useful. R2P is a useful concept. That R2P concept has 3 pillars, and if we coordinate those 3 pillars appropriately, and if we can reflect that to UN system, then it will be very effective and it will be very useful. In that case, Judge Park mentioned North Korean human rights issue and R2P can be projected in the entire system, so we can make that system as the overall system. If we don't do that, other countries will not be interested. We have HRC next year, and if we want to include these in the next HRC, we need to build this up so that EU can listen to us when we say. When you compare consensus and progress, I think progress is more important because North Korean defectors issues were dealt with the engagement between the international society and Korean government, but we don't have any result. So we should let go the engagement now. We should not give up the engagement, but there should be a pressure from the international society to North Korea, China, and Russia. So in that matter, in this session, we had a deep discussion about this issue and also especially about the North Korean defectors issue. This is end of the 3rd session. Thank you so much for your participation.
Thank you. 네, 3부 토론에 참여해 주신 모든 분들께 감사드립니다. 잠시 휴식 시간을 갖고 3시 20분에 다음 순서로 진행하겠습니다.
Yes, thank you very much to our panel 2 participants for the very thoughtful and provoking, insightful discussions. We're going to have a few minutes break. Unfortunately, we went a little bit over time, so it won't be as long as we hope, but time is 3:14 p.m. and we'll meet back here at 3:20. Please help yourselves to the coffee outside and enjoy your networking time. Thank you.
주시기 바랍니다.
And now we'll proceed to the last panel of today's event, our third and final panel themed R2P Implementation Strategies for North Korean Human Rights will be chaired by former Ambassador for International Cooperation on North Korean Human Rights and current professor at Yonsei University Graduate School of International Studies, Dr. Jung-hoon Lee. Dr. Lee, all yours.
여러분 반갑습니다.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Lee Jung-hoon. I'll be moderating the last session of the day. Currently, I am working as the head of international studies at Yonsei University. I'm afraid the topic designated to the fourth session is the toughest one. So far, we've talked about the implications of R2P in theory. Now, in this final session, we are going to talk about implementation strategy, whether it will be implemented or not. R2P is a grand concept. Of course, R2P can be applied to North Korea because in 2005, UN declared that R2P can be applicable to crimes against the humanities, including genocide. And according to the COI report, it clarifies that there are so many crimes against the humanities happening in North Korea. That's why I say, of course, R2P is applicable to North Korean situation. But the reality may speak differently. That is why today, two presenters and two discussants will share their ideas about our strategy to implement R2P in North Korea. So let me introduce the presenters as well as discussants. I believe we are supposed to conclude this session by 4:30. So I can give you 15 minutes to each presenters and 5 to 10 minutes to discussants. And also, if there's any question from the audience, I'd like to ask those questions to the panelists. So let me introduce a first presenter, Mr. Shin Hee-seok, legal analyst for the Transitional Justice Working Group. He is also a professor and also he is working as a senior researcher in Yonsei Legal Research Institute. His major interest is the human rights in Asia Pacific region. Please welcome with a big hand.
Next speaker in English, she is Elizabeth Promendorfer. I hope I did that. Promendorfer. Okay, she's is the Geneva representative for the Global Center for the Responsibility to Protect. So we have the right person here. As a GCR2P, Senior Human Rights Officer, she focuses on enhancing connections between the Human Rights Council's work and the implementation of R2P. implementation of R2P, 이행 방안에 대해서 연구를 하시는 분입니다. The GC research and the advocacy efforts for China and Latin America, as well as the Global Center's involvement with the Global Action Against Mass Atrocity Crimes Network and its work with the group of Friends of R2P in Geneva. So let's all give her a very warm round of applause. in welcoming our. 다음엔 이제 두 토론.
Now let me introduce today's discussants. We have Mr. Kim Il-hyuk. When he was 17 years old, he defected North Korea and came to South Korea. And he testimonied in front of UNSC as a witness. Please welcome Mr. Kim Il-hyuk with a big hand. And also we have reporter Lee Young-jong. He is specialized in unification issues at 중앙일보. He used to work as a specialist in unification at 중앙일보. And currently he is leading the Korea Research Institute for National Strategy. He had several opportunities to cover the two Korea summits and the gathering of isolated families. He finished his PhD program at Korea University, and he published a couple of books about Kim Jong-un as well as Kim Jong-il and their family members. Please welcome Mr. Ki Young-jong with a big hand. Then without further ado, let me invite the first presenter.
예, 감사합니다.
Thank you for the introduction. I am Shin Il-seok from Legal Analysis for the Transitional Justice Working Group. R2P, responsibility to protect, had been explained during the morning session. And if we look at the R2P report in 2001, it also says that the violation of human rights, the immunity for the punishment is not the case. So we follow international law, and we ask for the responsibility for the criminal, and that is the basic of R2P. And if you look at the report in 2001, there are legal sanctions for prevention measure, and also the legal sanction. And as for taking the responsibility, we also mentioned about the sanction to the leaders who are involved. And in 2005, this is the World Summit outcome. And this report is from 2009 by the Secretary General. If the political leadership of the state is determined to commit crimes and violations relating to the responsibility to protect, then a timely and decisive response is necessary. This is showing the situation of North Korea directly. And in 2014 October report, this crime against humanity was revealed. So we have thought about how we can deal with this. So the first responsibility goes to the North Korean leaders, which is Kim Jong-un. And also, that is the basic problem, which is trying to omit crime against humanity. And we also need to see the crime, the see China. This was also mentioned this morning, and China is neglecting and doing nothing with North Korea's admitting crime against humanity. And lastly, R2P measure from the international society. North Korea and China are the ones that are responsible for the human rights violation, but how the international society can fulfill their responsibility. But before, in 2014, before COI report was released, there wasn't any decisive report that is reporting the crime against humanity in North Korea. So there wasn't any mentioning about R2P of North Korea. So human rights violation had been admitted for a few decades, but this report is the first report that is reporting the fact. And there were some systematic difficulties because there's China and Russia, especially China, they implement their vetoes in the Security Council, and also they are always reluctant to applying sanctions to North Korea. And also, like I said, China is not just neglecting and reluctant with putting sanctions to North Korea, and there's no progress at all. So how we change this is the key of R2P. So before 2014, there were many channels and roles. In 1997, UN Human Rights Committee adopted resolution for freedom of movement, and North Korea had returned to the committee after some incidents. And in 2003, North Korea's human rights resolution had been finally adopted. And after that, with the North Korean human rights resolution, the Human Rights Council was first resolved. So if we think about the situation, it can be too late. So if we look at the R2P, if there is any sign of a violation, international society should take measure. But criminal against humanity in North Korea had happened for a few decades, so we are too late with this. UN's General Human Rights Organization, Treaty, and Special Procedure, or these human right protection was very much followed, but China's responsibility in terms of preventing torturing and prevent female discrimination had been dealt, but it was very reluctant. China was very reluctant. And as for UN Asia, as you can see, in 1999, the investigation committee was first dispatched to North Korea-China border, and then they saw the discriminating situation for food delivery, and China, they said they do not admit the fact, and that was their reaction. Guterres, the UN refugee head, by the time is now UN Secretary General, and he said that if the North Korean defectors are sent back to North Korea, then we have to let them become the refugee. But China government neglected this statement also. So in 2013, Human Rights Council had adopted a resolution for COI. And what is very special about COI of North Korea is when they make investigation committee like Ukraine war or Israel and Palestine conflict, when there's a political event, there's always a COI. And in 2013, there wasn't any trend by the time. But despite that, all different human rights organizations had insisted the necessity of COI. So this had got the endorsement from the head of the refugee camp. And through the report with notes of 1,600 lines, the situation of North Korea was first revealed. And they also mentioned the North Korean defectors, and COI report had started, and this was adopted by the Human Rights Council, and this was very decisive incident. So that is how the investigation committee was established for North Korea, and UN resolution had mentioned about the crime against humanity. So North Korea COI had these accomplishments, like it had been said. There's crime against humanity. There's a factual legal crime, and they recommended to referral to ICC, and it had led to Seoul OHCHR, and now it is following International Criminal Act, and that is the international empathy that's been shared. The North Korean COI was important because in China, there was neglection towards the North Korea's criminal against humanity, and enforced repatriate of North Korean defectors were actually mentioned by COI as one of the neglect that's been done by Chinese government. And this was affected Korea, and North Korean human rights law was not enacted for more than 10 years, but finally it is now enacted in South Korea. North Korean defector, especially those who should be categorized as North Korean defector / a refugee, were also included, and especially these actions the action of these Chinese officials can be categorized as crime against humanity. In that case, recently, OHCHR report of January 18th, 2023, and this is before the enforced repatriate to North Korea. So when this happened, neighboring states, often for someone, and neighboring states is clearly saying that this is China, and OHCHR was not clearly mentioning that this is China. So this shows the power of China, and This report shows how the lack of capability of the report, and also this also clarified the enforced repatriate that happened in October 9th, but it mentioned a third party, not China, so they did not want to mention China in this report either. So COI was in peak level in 2014, and COI also asked for responsible action from China, and there were some actions that is making South Korea also get interested with the North Korean human rights issue. So it took about 10 years to discuss about North Korea's human rights issue, but now it is little faded out, so we are concerned. So in the future, we have to resolve this to improve North Korea's human rights issue. So according to the basic fact, we have to see what kind of changes had occurred, especially for the governmental organization. We have to know the number of Korean military who is now in North Korea. So we have to see the exact number. So these basic information should be disclosed so that we can have more reason for R2P for North Korean human rights. So, and also their facilities, there can be limitation for on-site access, but we can have access to satellite pictures, and we should be active in terms of disclosing these informations. And also there are barriers to China and North Korea. We have to think about the culprit of the human right violation, and we have to get the organization and some of the key figures who are responsible for human right violation, so that access can be also helpful. So Korean government had issued the report and contract starting from 1996. And there's also KINU white paper that is being utilized for R2B. And we can see the importance of government approach. Recently, China's supply chain issue is occurred, especially coals that are produced in prison camp are sent to China, and it's been exported to China. And we have to know the way how we can expose this to the world. And we also need to think about the relationship with peace and security. There are many discussions, and we also need to know the fact in detail so that we can appeal to international society. And our organization made some investigation with Punggye-ri nuclear experiments. There are some evidence that is not fully proved, but through the investigation towards North Korean defectors, we can get more information about that, more specific and detailed information. And also, in terms of asking for responsibility and responsible actor, there's Syria and Myanmar. We can go to the similar level as it has been dealt in the news. There's International Criminal Court for Asia. In 2019, there's a country named Gambia. That country had prosecuted Myanmar for genocide, and Canada and Netherlands government had prosecuted Syria for the war crime. But North Korea is not one of the member countries, so if some other country has a will to prosecute North Korea to ICC, it can be done. China and Russia can veto against this prosecution, but in 2019, there was Myanmar's case, and Bangladesh was completed in Myanmar, but also in Bangladesh. So that's how the investigation had started in Asian region. So with the similar method, we can implement prosecution, and also civil action can be done. It's being done in Korea, Korea, Japan, and the U.S. And based on the universal jurisdiction, we can also file a lawsuit. Responsibility, not just jurisdiction responsibility, but also asking who is attributable for human rights violation. There are some massive amendment, nuclear development, WMD development, targeted sanction is applied to those who are responsible, but we don't have a legal sanction for that. Korea or Japan can come up with the law and regulation to file a lawsuit and apply a targeted sanction. So these are the law and regulation from the UK. And also, this is a people's tribunal. So realistically, if it is difficult to do a trial, we can have a mock-up trial with, like in China, Iran, there used to be a mock-up trial. As for crime against humanity in North Korea, there should be renowned legal figures and judges who can join us for this mock trial. And how can we advocate R2P, like lawyer Kim mentioned? We can have consensus. We can have General Assembly or Security Council can adopt resolution. So is it important to maintain the consensus, or is it better to adopt with the resolution? And also, the National Assembly had passed resolution which is related to enforced repatriate. And also, like President Yoon mentioned, President Yoon is now in the UK and he will also visit the Netherlands, the UK, and I hope that they can also mention this issue. And lastly, these are seriously discussed, which is raising fund for the North Korea. And also, what is important is China has huge responsibility in this case. especially Uyghur and Tibet, Hong Kong, and their human rights violation in China. And they also have AI facial technology, and this should be mentioned by other parties. And when Korea wants to talk about this R2P, we should not just mention about the North Korean human rights issue, but we also need to mention about the joint declaration of Uyghur region, and we did not participated in those human rights violation issue of others. So we should have aligned principle which can be suggested consistently so that it can be helpful to improve North Korea's human rights issue. Thank you for listening. Thank you, Professor Shin Hee-seok. Now we have Elizabeth Brandemore-Dorfa.
Thank you so very much. Just activating my timer because I do know I have a tendency to go a bit over time. I think we all on this panel have a bit of a hard job this afternoon because it's been a very long day of very difficult discussions, and I want to thank you all so much for still being here with us for our final session. It's really an honor for me to join my colleagues on this panel and to be here with old friends and new friends in the R2P community. My name is Elisabeth Brammendorfer. I'm the Geneva representative of an international human rights organization called the Global Center for the Responsibility to Protect. What we do as a human rights NGO is we work with governments to mobilize response for situations where we see a risk of atrocity crimes or where atrocity crimes are ongoing. So we've been working on the situation in North Korea for the better part of a decade in the context of UN Security Council, UN General Assembly, and Human Rights Council action. Before I start, I really want to thank Peace Corps for organizing this amazing conference, and I think the fact that the room is full and has been full throughout the entire day really speaks to the importance of the conversation, but also to the monumental work that the team at Peace Corps is doing. So thank you so much for bringing us together. And I really also want to just thank the colleagues who shared their personal stories over the lunch break. I know Peter is in the back, and I know also you're still here with us. Thank you so much for, I think, really bringing it home and reminding us all, in these complex conversations around international law and the UN, what this is about. And I want to express my full solidarity with you, and thank you very much for being here with us today. What I want to do is to share a few thoughts and perhaps a bit of an assessment of where the international community, mostly member states, but also the wider international system, civil society and other stakeholders, where we have failed in responding to the situation in North Korea and specifically in addressing ongoing crimes against humanity. But also a few words and reflections on where we may have perhaps succeeded in contributing to efforts of international attention and response, and what this means for future engagement on addressing atrocity crimes in North Korea. And I want to start with emphasizing that North Korea is such an important and such a vivid example that atrocity crimes, in this case crimes against humanity, they don't occur in a vacuum. They are not isolated or random incidents. They are typically the process or the consequence of a broader process. And so in order to adequately respond to the threat of atrocity crimes, we need to understand root causes. We need to understand risk factors. And we need to understand aggravating conditions which actually culminate in the perpetration of atrocity crimes. And we at the Global Center, after having worked on the situation in North Korea for more than a decade, believe that there are a multitude of interlinked factors and conditions which facilitate ongoing crimes against humanity. And we've heard so many of them today, so I'm not going to go into detail, but I just want to really bring it all together and give that holistic picture of the environment that allows crimes against humanity to continue for so many decades. And the first one is, of course, the absence of any checks on the power of the North Korean leadership. We know that this is one of the most, if not the most, authoritarian and repressive country in the world. There is also, and we've heard that from so many panelists and James just before, a record of decades of serious violations of international law, many of which continue to take place today as we speak. There is a lack of accountability. The government is committing systematic and widespread violations in a context of pervasive impunity for decades. But very importantly, state authorities possess a capacity to commit atrocities. What does that mean? That means that ongoing crimes against humanity in North Korea are intimately linked to the country's increasing militarization and nuclear program, which benefits from forced labor, contributes to widespread poverty and hunger through unequal resource distribution, and actually enhances the government's capacity to repress dissent. There's also capacity of relevant regional actors to aid and abet in the perpetration of crimes against humanity. And we've heard that so many times today, just now from Ethan, looking at the role of China through surveillance and facial recognition technology. Threatens, arrest, detention, forced repatriation. But there's also been concerns about Russia directly violating the UN sanctions, which really contributes to the capacity of the North Korean government to commit atrocity crimes. And all of this takes place in the absence of what we call mitigating factors, such as a vibrant civil society or independent media that are able to operate within the country, the absence of free elections or any political space really that's open for debate. And I want to say that we at the Global Center work on more than 25 country situations around the world where we see atrocity crimes ongoing. What is so striking and so unique about the situation in North Korea is that all of the factors that I've just outlined, they remain unchanged for decades. This is different to so many other situations that we observe where risk factors are fluid and changing over time. In the case of North Korea, all of these factors have really been in place for many years. And this, of course, then has raised really strong and sometimes legitimate concerns by many stakeholders in the international community that there's so little that can be done to address ongoing atrocity crimes, let alone prevent their recurrence. And so what that has meant oftentimes is a bit of fatigue, frustration, and at times a feeling of hopelessness when we think about what kind of multilateral, regional, or even national response is possible. And that has made our work and the work of so many civil society organizations so difficult when we talk to member states. But I do really want to stress that efforts have been made in recent years to shift and maintain focus specifically on the country's human rights and humanitarian situation. None of these efforts have solved the crisis, that's very evident. But some of them have helped us to start understanding the situation in North Korea from what we call an atrocity prevention lens. So really look at ongoing atrocity crimes. And this laid the ground for much needed follow-up action. And so what I want to do in the next couple of minutes is to really unpack both failures and successes of international response, which is aimed at upholding our responsibility to protect. And I want to start with some of the institutions that we've heard so much about today, and even just now in the presentation from Eden. So I'm not going to repeat any of the points that were mentioned before, but perhaps just share a few points of analysis. And I'm going to start with the UN General Assembly because, of course, we've seen annual resolutions that have been passed on North Korea year after year. Those resolutions actually even have a specific sentence on the responsibility to protect in them. Some of these resolutions have actually reiterated the findings of the Commission of Inquiry, which requested the UN Security Council to refer the situation to the ICC, and that's extremely important. But the problem with UN General Assembly resolutions is that they're not legally binding, right? So it's really valuable, but what are we going to do with that. It does show that there's a commitment by cross-regional member states to condemn the situation in North Korea, to push for stronger UN Security Council action. But again, if there's no binding obligations on actors, that really leaves us with the question of what are we going to do with these resolutions. The other fora that I want to very quickly address, because it came up so many times today, and it is a vital forum when we talk about the situation in North Korea specifically, is the UN Security Council, because as we've heard many, many times, as of 2014, we started to have conversations on the human rights situation in North Korea. We had it on the Council's formal agenda following the landmark report of the COI. I really want to say this in and of itself, the fact that the UN Security Council was able to discuss the situation of human rights in North Korea, that's monumental. That was a huge achievement if we consider the difficulties in mobilizing UN Security Council to discuss or talk about anything really. But the problem is that, you know, as of 2017 and just until August this year, we really didn't have open meetings on the human rights situation in North Korea. In fact, August this year marked the very first time that the UN Security Council convened an open briefing on the situation in North Korea over the past 6 years. That meeting in August this year, which we welcomed so much, also marked the very first time the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights was allowed to openly brief the Council on human rights in North Korea without a call for a procedural vote. This is a really welcome development. It exemplifies the immense difficulties and failure of the UN Security Council to address the situation in North Korea from an atrocity prevention perspective, nevertheless. I also want to very, very quickly touch upon the existing sanctions regime that was put in place by the UN. There's been many observers, including the former Special Rapporteur on the situation of human rights in North Korea, Thomas Quintana, who have actually warned that the very design, the structure, and the focus of sanctions, and I'm talking specifically about general sanctions and not individual sanctions, they were imposed looking at the situation in North Korea exclusively from a security lens and not from a human rights and humanitarian perspective. What that has meant is that we have really failed to understand the impact of general sanctions on the country's humanitarian crisis and on populations that are already affected by widespread poverty and suffering. And this has also raised questions around, you know, if we don't address the situation from a human rights and atrocity prevention perspective, the response that we take will also ignore vulnerabilities of populations. I want to end up here talking about the Human Rights Council because, of course, when you compare it with other fora, I would say, and I'm a little bit biased because I'm based in Geneva and all of my work is with the UN Human Rights Council, but I do think that HRC has played a really, really important role in mobilizing response to ongoing atrocity crimes in North Korea. We, of course, had the creation of the Commission of Inquiry in 2013, and we've heard that so many times today. This happened under the leadership of the European Union and Japan, in parallel to an ongoing Special Rapporteur mandate, and this constituted a huge commitment by member states to contribute to accountability and to uphold R2P. And I want to stress this because, you know, so much of the work that we do at the Global Center is work with UN member states and mobilizing them to create such investigations for different situations where atrocity crimes are ongoing. And I want to say that the creation of a COI, that is in fact the strongest way in which the Human Rights Council can respond to a situation, to a crisis situation. It requires so much political will and so much political capital by governments to ensure that there's support for such an initiative. Most investigative mechanisms, whether that's Sudan, South Sudan, Syria, Yemen, Ethiopia, are heavily contested. They are usually called to a vote, and they receive oftentimes extremely narrow margins of support. The fact that the resolution which established the North Korea COI passed with consensus with the support of all 47 members of the HRC back then in 2013, I cannot stress what a signal that was and how incredible that was when we compare it to Human Rights Council response to other situations at risk. We, of course, then, since its termination a year later, also under the leadership of the European Union, had an ongoing reporting and documentation mandate through the Special Rapporteur on North Korea. They present annual reports to the Council since 2004. What this means is that even though we no longer have investigations, we still have regular reporting on the situation of human rights in North Korea to the Human Rights Council, and it also means that member states, members and observers at the HRC in Geneva have to take a position. They have to intervene, and they have to explain their position vis-a-vis the North Korean government. They have to take a public position on the commission of ongoing crimes, and they also really have to identify avenues for follow-up action. However, with all of these mandates and reporting mechanisms that have been in place in the past and that continue to be in place, I think we can all agree that there's also been huge failure when it comes to addressing the situation in North Korea, because the establishment of the CUI and now, of course, the work of the Special Rapporteur, yes, this is a very strong first step of member states to ensure response to ongoing atrocity crimes and to uphold R2P, but what is so crucial is this is not an end in and of itself. This is not where the work of member states ends. This is where it begins, right? And this is where we really have failed, because what actually matters is the kind of action that we, member states, but also the wider international community, the kind of action we take once that evidence is presented, once that information is provided to us, and once these mechanisms have fulfilled their mandate. And so since the termination of the CUI's work, the international community really has made very little progress in advancing accountability for victims of atrocity crimes in North Korea, and very little has happened with the information and the evidence that the CUI has collected. The other issue is, of course, that even though we have a Special Rapporteur currently still documenting the situation of human rights in North Korea, Special Rapporteurs are operating with extremely limited resources and support from within the UN system, which also poses immense challenges. Why am I saying all of this? It leads me really to where I want to end up with for today. It's a very sober assessment, but I think it really does allow us to think about opportunities for follow-up action and where we go from here to really revitalize international engagement on North Korea, which prioritizes atrocity prevention and prioritizes the responsibility to protect. And so one very concrete and essential way forward is to ensure that atrocity prevention and response is at the heart not only of discussions in New York and in Geneva, but is at the heart of any diplomatic and political engagement and discussion on North Korea. We've seen in recent years, and of course especially before the COVID-19 outbreak, high-level summits, high-level engagements between North Korea and other countries. This included the US, the Republic of Korea, of course, and these posed a really important window of opportunity to really identify pressure points with the North Korean government to improve its human rights record. The problem is that all of these meetings were very, very much focused on addressing the country's nuclear program. And so without prioritizing ongoing crimes against humanity and the country's human rights record, the international community will continue to operate in silos. And therefore we will fail to ensure a holistic understanding and assessment of the multidimensional crisis that continues today in North Korea. And so I really want to stress, including with government representatives that are here today, that reopening dialogue must not come at the sacrifice of raising ongoing atrocity crimes, and member states must prioritize sensitizing North Korean officials to ongoing crimes and their responsibility to protect populations. I'm going to end here by providing a few very, very concrete suggestions and practical next steps in terms of follow-up action. The fact that this conference is happening this year, at the end of this year, I think the timing couldn't be better, because 2024 marks the 10th anniversary since the CUI released its historic report. And what that anniversary really does is it provides us, civil society, but also other stakeholders who are really keen on revitalizing engagement on North Korea. It provides us with such an opportunity to really re-engage with member states and draw their attention to this protracted crisis, but also to push towards implementation and follow-up to the findings and the recommendations of the CUI. The Republic of Korea will be joining the UN Security Council next year. they can play a key role in this regard alongside other members. I'm thinking of Japan, but I'm also thinking of European members of the Security Council, which of course have been leading on the establishment of the COI. We have France, the UK, the US, Switzerland, Malta, Slovenia, who can all come together to join efforts and to make sure that they draw attention to the human rights situation in North Korea, not just in Geneva, but also in their work in New York at the UN Security Council. This should include public, regular open briefings on how to act upon the COI recommendations, but it will also require, as I've mentioned, very tough and important discussions on existing sanction regimes, which many have warned has not deterred ongoing atrocity crimes, but rather exacerbated the humanitarian crisis. And so I think a review of the existing sanctions regime should be undertaken to assess the negative impact on populations across the country. But there's also opportunities on a bilateral level, right? We have more than 50 UN member states that are part of the group of friends of R2P, and we have more than 60 cross-regional governments that are part of the global network of R2P focal points. All of these governments, both in an individual capacity or jointly with other states, can form part of initiatives to revitalize engagement on North Korea. One thing that we will be calling for in the context of the upcoming March session in Geneva is a follow-up assessment of the 10 years since the COI report, including documentation of continued crimes against humanity committed under the current leadership. This is a request that comes from us, from international civil society organizations, but very much comes from victim and survivor and family and communities that we work with from North Korea who are making that demand towards the UN system. And I do really want to stress in all of the conversations that we're having around follow-up UN action, questions around what kind of response needs to come next really need to be answered, and they need to be posed first and foremost to victims and to families and to human rights defenders from North Korea who really know best what kind of action they want to see and what accountability means for them. I want to stress that such an initiative, such a follow-up to the COI report can really create significant momentum amongst the international community to revitalize discussions on ongoing crimes against humanity in North Korea, but also to discuss what should happen with the evidence that we've collected 10 years ago. How can we increase pressure on UN member states to explore creative ways to contribute to maximum international scrutiny and accountability measures? 10 years ago, the COI provided us with an assessment of ongoing atrocity crimes in North Korea, but also on recommendations on how to prevent their recurrence. If we are not ready to take meaningful action based upon this information with the aim to address both past and ongoing atrocity crimes and ensure justice and accountability, we will continue to fail populations in North Korea and around the world who have genuine faith in the UN system and in some of its member states to uphold their responsibility to protect. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Prom and Offer.
네, 감사합니다.
자분들의 발표가 있었습니다. 이 신희석 교수도 그렇고.
Thank you, Professor Shin. Thank you for your presentation. Based on COI report, International Society, if we look at the result of COI result, of course, we have to say that it should be applied 100%. The problem is who will going to implement this R2P? That is the issue. We all know that there are issues. COI, it's been 10 years since COI was first published. That means 10 years ago, we have discussed about same thing. But still, we cannot ask who's responsible properly. So it is not the only organization, but the United Nations Security Council, General Assembly, Human Rights Council, and even ILO, and they should do their work properly. How we utilize this gap, how we utilize this opportunity to make it possible, I hope that can be done today. So in that way, thank you so much, Professor Shin and Ms. Elizabeth. And if it's possible, Mr. Kim, can you please continue your discussion? Hello, I am Kim Il-hyuk. First of all, thank you so much for inviting me to this important event. And I know that I am not fully qualified, but thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to share my thoughts. And I am very happy that how you are thinking about applying R2P to North Korea's human rights. And even though we are discussing about this issue, there's China and Russia that is hindering our effort. So the application of R2P is not going to be easy soon. Despite all that, we should continue our discussion so that R2P can become the international society norm and also become the principle for the international society. Then it will contribute to the improvement of North Korea's human rights. As it had been mentioned, the uncooperative attitude of some countries are hindering the effort of R2P. If R2P is implemented in the North Korea, then we need endorsement and support from different countries, especially Security Council is also important. And in Security Council, there's Russia and China. So when we have to deal with the North Korean issue, there are so many difficulties. And how we apply R2P to China, that had been neglected the issue of enforced repatriate that's done by China. Still, we need continuous interest and effort for North Korea's human rights issue. And this is not inter-Korean issue, this is global issue. We have to acknowledge that so that we can improve the matter. In order to apply R2P to North Korea's human rights, we have to make action in stages. First, we have to make records of the situation of North Korea, and we also need to publicize the North Korea's human rights issue to global society so that humanity can also acknowledge that issue. North Korea's human rights issue will hinder the prosperity and development of humanity. And China and Russia cannot take sides of North Korea in this matter. This is how we make a legitimate reason for applying R2P to North Korea. And also, international society should have to continuously recommend and warn to apply R2P. And through UN Security Council, it should be referred to International Criminal Court. And also, North Korean government, if they do not show any will to resolve the issue, international society should put sanction for diplomatic activities of North Korea. And also, the states that is not cooperative should be criticized and put sanctions on. Lastly, after getting support from the international society, the UN can apply the RTP, and that will be intervention. Here, the international society can be concerned, and if this atmosphere is established, then it will be very difficult for China and Russia to take side of North Korea. And I think that is a very important approach. Thank you. Thank you for your suggestion, strong suggestion. Last, Mr. Lee Eung-jong.
So while preparing this seminar, I wanted to make sure that this seminar is really meaningful. So R2P left its home for 10 years, then finally it came back home today. So it disappeared for the last 10 years, I believe. The other day, I decided to abandon some books that are outdated, and I found one book related to R2P. And a few days later, Chairman Kim Tae-hoon called me and invited me to this R2P related seminar. What a coincidence. So thanks to the book that I didn't abandon, I was able to study a lot about R2P. And I was impressed by the participation by Professor Han Dong-hoon and other respected members of this area. In Korean society, it's been tabooed to talk about R2P and North Korean humanitarian issue. There may have been some change in this new administration, but still the social atmosphere remained unchanged. So I read the statement by Ms. Elizabeth Prebendorfer, and what's most impressive for me was the part that says we failed, and we are failing at the moment. And more importantly, we will fail in the future as well. I think that was the most impressive part in the statement. And also, we've been too much overwhelmed by North Korean nuclear issue and paid less attention to humanitarian issue in North Korea. Consequently, the North Korean regime highlighted the North Korean issue while degrading the situation in terms of humanitarian front. So R2P is relatively new concept. I think the Kim Jong-un regime on purpose wanted to highlight the North Korean nuclear issue in order to encourage the general public to pay less attention to humanitarian issues. Basically, Kim Jong-un is manipulating all of us. So former regime, like Kim Jong-il regime, must have just neglected this issue. But Kim Jong-un is more smart than Kim Jong-il when it comes to humanitarian issue. In the beginning, it tries to abide by the sanctions of the international society, and also it tried to address the concerns regarding humanitarian issues. But it turned out that nothing has changed in North Korea. So basically, we need to prevent humanitarian crimes, and also we should make sure that the society is revitalized after our actions. So today's humanitarian situation is, of course, important, but we need to think about potential rapid change in North Korean society, where crimes against humanity will be inevitable. But Prime Minister is working on the current status of North Korea as well. That's why I believe she emphasized the importance of our action to work on both the past and the future as well as the present. So I decided to pay more attention to the current status of North Korean humanitarian issues. So when it comes to the implementation strategy for R2P, I still don't know what to do, but maybe Kim Jong-un will no longer be able to manipulate the international society. He will no longer be able to deceive the international society because we are no longer accepting it. Of course, this is not easy. If this was easy, we wouldn't have witnessed so many dictators around the world so far. And at the same time, I've researched a lot about Kim Jong-un personally. In order to secure his rights and privilege, Kim Jong-un will accept the demand from the outer world inevitably. I believe he recognizes the need to respond to the international society's demand. And if you remember the remarks by Kim Jong-un during the North Korea and the U.S. summit, he mentioned that he wanted to be recognized. He mentioned that he wanted to be recognized as a normal state leader. So I believe we can take this as an advantage. Of course, R2P discussion will not be welcomed by Kim Jong-un, but we can leverage R2P to encourage more changes in North Korea. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee Young-jong. Now, the time is almost up. We have about 5 or 10 minutes from the host. And among the participants here, are there any questions? We don't need any speech. We just want you to ask a question. So there are 2 more at the back. This is an international conference, so I have a question. If one action can make a hero or villain, and if an action is taken, we have to be fair and put them in punishment if it's necessary. When North Korea was experiencing famine, it was very difficult for North Korea to survive. And Kim Dae-jung's administration provided rice to North Korea, so that had helped North Korea to escape from the difficulty. But North Korea did not use that resource for their people's hunger. They had used that to develop nuclear weapon, and this had brought about the nuclear issue today. And international society is so neglecting, and I don't understand why the Nobel Prize was given to President Kim Dae-jung, because he is the one who is attributable to the development of nuclear weapon, and I cannot understand the international society. So what is your question? Yes, I will say my question. I don't understand why the international society had given President Kim Dae-jung the Nobel Peace Prize, because I don't understand. North Korea is very strong in terms of its military power. And North Korean people are very confident with their military power. And I think international society is so irresponsible. Why did you give Nobel Peace Prize to President Kim Dae-jung? There are some cases that taking back the Nobel Peace Prize to a certain figure. And I am asking this question because I know what will happen to me. Please be short. 10 years ago, there were situations that we had no opportunity to hear from North Korean defectors. And it was our first time when we met North Korean defectors for the first time. The moment that we heard, the international society took action immediately. And after that statement, COI was established, and that is what I remember. After 10 years, Lawyer Kim and North Korean defectors went to New York, and they made this testament, and they called people involved, and among 600 enforced repatriates, only 3 were listened. Like this, we need victims who make their voice continuously, but it did not happen. So that's why there weren't any progresses. I have a question to Elizabeth. This is a question about possibility. Even though there is an effort from the United States, our civil society, we are trying to listen from North Korean defectors, but there are no civil society organizations that can hear the voices of North Korean defectors. And do you have any will to cooperate with civil society? I said short. It is not 3 or 4 minutes. It's just 1 minute. Good point. But we don't have enough time. So please be sure to make it short.
Council for Human Rights in North Korea. 저 캐나다 북한인권 협의회에서 왔습니다. 이렇게 저희가 10년 전에
10 years ago, we were the actual group that is sending rice to North Korea through R2P. And this is my question. It can be difficult, but some actions can be very easy and simple without any military intervention. It can be done in a humanitarian way. So when we send rice, we wrote R2P in Korean. So when North Korean people think about R2P, they might think that people around the world care for them. So that is my question to you. Are there any simple, fun, easy way to help out North Koreans? So one more here and one more from the back, and then that will be the end of getting the questions from the floor.
Before the last special advisor on R2P stepped down, George Okot-Obo, who is to be thanked for this last report, which included the issue of development, we were talking why the R2P has not yet been discussed in the Economic and Social Council. So I'm wondering whether the Global Center is looking into possibilities of bringing now, on the basis of the last Secretary General's report, emphasizing developmental issues into the Economic, Social, and Council, and whether it is not there, perhaps, that the issue of starvation and famine could be raised. And the second, is the Global Center looking at perhaps linking R2P to the attainment of Sustainable Development Goals? Thank you.
예, 마지막 질문
네,
받겠습니다.
이영종 기자님께 여쭙겠는데요. 그리고 이런 모든 회의나 지금 국제적
I have a question to reporter Lee Young-jong. So all these conferences and discussions are based on to relieve the oppression against the North Korean people. And the Korean government has provided many warnings against the North Korean regime about these humanitarian issues. And also we are collecting the evidences for such atrocities in North Korea. And the Constitutional Court recently ruled that the propaganda flies are against South Korea's constitution. And North Korean these flyers are encouraging the North Korean people to collect the evidences by themselves in North Korea as well. I think these actions can be more practically helpful. Do you agree? So starting with Mr. Lee Young-jong, I'd like to give a last opportunity to answer to these questions. So when we deal with North Korea, we can approach based on global standard or as the same race or ethnicity, we can make some friendship with North Korea as well. But from my perspective, a most effective way would to follow North Korean way. We need to speak in North Korean language. If North Korea degrades South Korea with swear, and if South Korea starts to swear at North Korea, then I believe North Korea will go into panic. Of course, this is not possible, but when it comes to humanitarian issues, so imagine that how North Korea is brainwashing their residents as well as other countries by repeatedly, sending messages through TV news. So by sending this repetitive message through TV news, they are making these fake news as ground fact, known fact. So even if they launched a missile, North Korea will keep saying that that was the launch of a satellite, surveillance satellite. So I think we can take advantage of this method as well. And of course, if we take this approach, it will spark a huge controversy in Korean society.
Brief, but I want to thank everyone for such wonderful and thought-provoking questions. It's going to be hard to answer in 1 or 2 minutes, but I'll try. First, I wanted to thank you for your comment around political dialogue, prioritizing political dialogue on the expense of addressing the country's human rights crisis. And I think that you made such an absolutely central point, which we try to emphasize with governments when addressing really any atrocity situation around the world. There is, in so many instances, priority towards political engagement, political negotiations, and dialogue at the expense of human rights and of atrocity crimes that are ongoing. The only way in which political engagement is sustainable and lasting, including in the context of North Korea, is if it's based on human rights and accountability, because that's the only way it's legitimate in the eyes of the people, right? So I think that that's such an amazing and important point that you're making whenever we engage and we look at political engagement, specifically even with a government that seems to be completely cut off from the international setting. If we don't anchor it, if the basis is not human rights and accountability, then no political engagement will be legitimate, will be lasting, and will be sustainable and meaningful. So thank you so much for making that point. I also wanted to respond to Peter's intervention just before about your testimonies and the way in which you engage with the international system, and I think you've also alluded to such an important point that we oftentimes, I think, forget in the international system and in the UN environment that we operate in. We see it so often that governments and other stakeholders, we invite victims and survivors and human rights defenders from affected countries, including from North Korea, to provide their testimony. But do we really listen to their recommendations? Do we actually ask them what they want? Hardly ever, if I'm being very honest. We ask them to, sit on a stage, share their story, but when do we ask them, what is accountability for you? What do you want to see? When does that happen, right? And I think that that's a huge, huge failure on our behalf, right? To understand that, you're not just sharing your testimony. You have an opinion, you have asks, and you have demands, and that's your right. And the central question we've been discussing on all of the panels today and also yesterday, so I apologize for repetition, but I think it's such an important point, is accountability. And we as experts, we provide all of the recommendations on what type of accountability in ICJ and ICC, but the reality is we need to ask you, what is accountability for you? Because what is accountability for me may be different to what you understand as accountability. It can be justice, it can be international justice, but it can also be truth, remedies, reparations, the fact that there's an acknowledgement of what happened, right? Accountability is such a deeply, deeply personal question. And so I think something we really need to learn in the UN system, and I'm including myself and I'm including international human rights organizations, is you're not just there to share your testimony. You're there to provide us with recommendations, and we need to listen and we need to act upon these recommendations. And I think there's a huge gap that we have to still learn. Very quickly, just in terms of what kind of simple action is possible, it's probably not answering your question, but I will say that the very, very first thing and the starting point when we talk about any crisis situation, whether that's North Korea, whether that's Gaza or Ukraine or Myanmar, is we need to think about how we address the situation. We need to reshift the focus. So in the context of North Korea, we need to change the way we approach the crisis. The crisis is a security crisis, but it's a human rights crisis, and it's a humanitarian crisis. The moment we change the way we approach a crisis, that's when we start to change the way we respond. And I think that that's really the baseline for it. And then last point, just very quickly to Vasilka, thank you so much for that question, because, wow, I think it's such a crucial one. And when we think about the nexus between the responsibility to protect and development, I think there's such a complex conversation where oftentimes we immediately associate atrocity crimes with lack of development or with country situations where we would perhaps assess, need for development assistance and so on and so forth. But the reality is atrocity crimes can occur anywhere and at any time, right? It's not necessarily intrinsically linked to countries that we consider as global south or developing countries. And I think that so much work has to be done in understanding how development assistance is oftentimes really blind to atrocity prevention and atrocity risk factors. And I think the Rosenthal report and the Petri report really provided that assessment of how, even in the kind of assistance and technical cooperation that we provide in terms of development, we overlook human rights and we overlook atrocity risk factors. So that brings me back to the point of really closing silos in the UN system. And happy to chat more about that, but I feel like I'm already way over time. Thank you.
First of all, there was a question about Nobel Peace Prize. Nobel Peace Prize is not given from the United Nations. It is given from the Norwegian Congress. So it has nothing to do with the United Nations. And as you can see, President Kim Dae-jung, former President Kim Dae-jung, was received with Nobel Peace Prize, and that was very controversial. But in my understanding, Nobel Peace Prize is not something that you can cancel. But like Ms. Kim Il-young said, Mr. Kim Il-young said, there are some people who have made testament in UNSC. So I hope that people who contribute to the peace of Korean Peninsula will get the next Nobel Prize. Okay, to conclude, I will summarize. I study international politics, and I have to learn about negotiation. Do you know what is important? You have to let your counterpart know what you want. Even though you tell them exactly what you want, you won't get what you want 100%. 70%, 80%, you will be successful. But when we have a diplomatic relationship with China, there are so many communications. And have we ever thought about what we actually want to Chinese government? There were 3 summits with Kim Jong-un during President Moon Jae-in administration. Have they ever talked about North Korea's human rights issue? None. From the perspective of Chinese government, recently 600 North Korean people had been sent back to North Korea. So from the perspective of Chinese government, it's not that big of a deal to Chinese government because that's what they have done always. However, just COVID-19, that was the time that the borderline was closed. So China was not able to send back the North Korean people to North Korea, but the border is now open, so that is the reason why they have sent massive North Koreans back to North Korea. And that had been done since 1990s. So people from North Korea are illegal immigrants. So none of Korea's had mentioned this as a wrongful action. So they think they are doing everything not wrong. So we have to tell China what we want through diplomatic channel, and that is R2P. And few more suggestions. There's North Korea record archive, and we have to ask for their responsibility. There's international panels that can be established, and we have to bring that to punishment. Of course, that may not be workable, but we still need to try to make a database center for North Korean human rights. Like Mr. Shin mentioned, universal jurisdiction matters. Constitution, Article number 3, states that North Korean people are also the people of Republic of Korea. We have the right to do that because it is our territory. We are doing nothing to the things that are occurred in our territory. So in terms of R2P, we need to push this. I have so many lists to share. I will share one more. I think it was Mr. Lee. How can North Korea act in the United Nations? Are they HEW, the board member? They actually became the chair of the disarmament. As you all know, South Africa was not able to act in the United Nations General Assembly because of the Credential Committee. Credential Committee did not vote for South Africa. But as for R2P, we have to push this. We have to pay our diplomatic effort. North Korea is making nuclear weapons, long-range missiles, and violating human rights. And they are still working in United Nations, and they had experience of chair. So there are many ways to implement R2Ps. It's a matter of political will. So I hope that you who are here can push this in the future. And thank you so much for sharing your very good opinions. And thank you so much. And let's give a warm round of applause to each other.
발제와 토론 감사드립니다. 마지막으로 이번 컨퍼런스를 기획해 주시고 준비해 주신 사단법인 북한인권과 성공적인 통일을 만들어가는 사람들의 김태훈 이사장님의 마무리 말씀을 딱 1분만.
Thank you, Dr. Lee, and the panelists, and all our panelists for contributing today. And we want to thank Peace Corps, and we're going to have our President Lee Tae-hoon come and give us our concluding remarks.
Thank you so much. When we were preparing R2P conference, we were not sure if this R2P conference will be liked by and liked by participants, but it is beyond my expectation. You have stayed here for long enough, and also starting R2P from the UN was not easy. That has been said. Karen, Elizabeth, and also the predecessor, Professor Edward, was not able to get paid because there is no budget. And I'm so happy that there are so many good panels who are here and listened to each other, and we have learned about R2P now. So with this, we can reignite the human rights movement for North Korea. We have Vasilka and Elizabeth and all the distinguished guests. And thank you so much for the moderators. So I will say this: start well begun is half done. So good job. I will continue this R2P so that we can fulfill unification in the future.
R2P, a sincere thanks to each and every one of you once again for joining us tonight, and we hope you have a safe trip back. Good night.
네, 마무리하겠습니다. 감사합니다.